free one-day delivery. Prime offers, Blockbuster Entertainment, Amazon.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. In behalf of the West Bengal State Center, Institutions of Engineer, Civil Engineering Division, we welcome you all in this half-day seminar. The seminar on heritage structure, rehabilitation, retrofitting, and restoration. To start with, may I call upon stage our dignitaries. I request the volunteers to please escort the dignitaries. First of all, I want to call upon stage our chairman of the West Bengal State Center, Dr. Nirmal Das, and the chairman of Civil Engineering Division, West Bengal State Center, Dr. Gautam Kumar Baisak. And at the same time, I want to request to escort to the stage to our chief guest, Alapan Bandopadhyay, Sri Alapan Bandopadhyay, retired IAS, Chairman, Heritage Commission of West Bengal, Chief Advisor to CM, and immediate past Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal. May I request our special guest, Engineer Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past President of Institution of Engineers, to be please in the stage, in the dais, please. President. Okay.
Sorry, and we are starting with the permission.
Now, as you all know, our President of Institutions of Engineer Chinmoy Debnath, yet to come, he is on the way, and also also Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, guest of honor, President, Council of Architecture, he is also in the way. He will be joining shortly. So also I want to request Engineer Sri Kumar Bhattacharya, Chairman of this, convener of this seminar, to be please in the dais. Engineer Sri Kumar Bhattacharya is Heritage, he's the project committee, he's in the project committee, Heritage Commission, and project clearance committee, finance department, and former ENC of PWD, West Bengal, Government of West Bengal. To start this program, May I request our chairman of the division to present the flower bouquets to the dignitaries. First, I request Sri I request the President of State Committee, West Bengal State Center, Engineer Dr. Nirmal Das, to present the flower bouquet to Mr. Alapon Bandopadhyay, Chief Guest of this. Please be there, Nirmal sir. I may request to Nirmal sir, please be there. I'll request to please you give the flower bouquet to past President Engineer Shishir Banerjee. I request Dr. Gautam Kumar Baisak, Chairman of the Civil Engineering Division, to present the flower bouquet to Engineer Srikumar Bhattacharya, sorry. May I also request Dr. Baisak to present the flower bouquet to the Chairman of the State Center, Engineer Dr. Nirmal Das. May I now request to reciprocate the thing? Nirmal sir, you please present the flower bouquet to Dr. Baisak. Nijan.
I also request our chairman, West Bengal Center, kindly felicitate to our convener of the Civil Engineering Division, Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Niyogi, HOD, Civil Engineering Department, Techno India International, Rajarat. And our president is also on the way. Whenever he will come shortly, we will also felicitate him. And President Council of Architecture, he is also in traffic jam. He is coming shortly. Then we will receive him and felicitate him. Thank you. Now we are going to start our program. And Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Niyogi is organizing the entire program, and he will speak now.
May I now request Dr. Nirmal Das, Chairman of West Bengal State Center, to give his welcome address.
A very, very good afternoon to you all. It's my privilege to welcome you all at this today's seminar organized by Civil Engineering Division, West Bengal State Center, the Institution of Engineers, India. All the dignitaries of the dais, on the dais, particularly Engineer C. Devnath, President of IAI, who is coming shortly. President of II, Engineer Shishir Kumar Banerjee, ex-President of II, Mr. Sri Kumar Banerjee, Chairman, Project Committee, and former Chief PWD Government of West Bengal, convener of the seminar. Sri Kumar Bhattacharya, okay, sir, thank you very much. Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture, is yet to come. He will be coming shortly. Sri Alapan Bandyopadhyay, IAS, retired, and Chairman, Heritage Commission, and Chief Advisor, past Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, Heritage Commission. Professor Sudeep Rai, IEST, Professor Sanjay Das Niyaki, Professor Gautam Kumar Baisak, Chairman of Civil Engineering Division, Professor Raju Bashak, Honorary Secretary, yet to come. He will be coming shortly. Professor Somiran Chaudhary, our former President of IEI, all the senior council members, corporate members, staffs of IEI, students, ladies and gentlemen, I convey my sincere greetings and hearty welcome to you in today's program at Sir R.N. Mookerjee Hall of West Bengal State Center, IEI. Today's seminar is on heritage structure, rehabilitation, retrofitting and restoration. Rehabilitation of heritage building has become an issue of great importance, as you know, around the world, particularly in the most developed societies. It is a result of the need to improve existing building for new conditions of use and also the recognition of the importance of conservation of the architectural heritage. As we know, existing buildings are subjected to process of degradation with time, which leads to a situation in which they became not able to fulfill the purpose for which they were built. Furthermore, in the most developed societies, as they progress, the feeling grows that it is necessary to maintain the existing architectural heritage. Rehabilitation of heritage building is a way of sustainable development and also the art of culture. India is the land of heritage of structure, as you know. It contains variety of heritage monuments and structures which are need to be conserved. Since we all know that India is the country which is at high risk of being subjected to natural disasters such as earthquake, floods and cyclones, etc. For more than last 2 decades, eventually the phenomenon is increasing, as you know, day by day. Today's seminar aims to draw the attention towards general problems encountered in development plan of heritage conservation. Heritage conservation lacks in methodologies used to be rehabilitated and understandability of structural as well as material aspects. Also, the economical aspects are another major part which hinders the initiative taken towards retrofitting the heritage building. Looking at in this scenario, Government of India has already started taking initiatives by making laws and making authorities appointing tax, etc. The West Bengal Heritage Commission was also constituted through an act called the West Bengal Heritage Commission Act 2001, I believe, by the West Bengal State Legislative Assembly. The objective for creating such a commission was to prepare an authentic list of building, monuments and sites as well as built heritage. And to adopt measures for their restoration and preservation. The urgency is important when the number of iconic Calcutta buildings were demolished for construction of new buildings in 1980s to deal with the various issues related to the heritage structure that are not under the purview of Archaeological Survey of India. The Commission has so far declared, I believe, around 218 odd buildings, temples, monuments, etc., whereas Calcutta Municipal Corporation also had enlisted over 900 buildings as heritage within the Kolkata Corporation Municipal Area under the Act of KMC 1980. Hope you will enjoy today's deliberation by the eminent speakers present over here. We are sure that with the help of Heritage Commission, West Bengal shall be able to maintain our cultural heritage also. Thank you and welcome you to the session once again. Thank you very much.
Now, may I call Dr. Gautam Kumar Vaisak, the chairman of the Civil Engineering Division, to say something about this seminar.
Good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Sri Alapan Bandyopadhyay, the chairman of the Heritage Commission of West Bengal, chief advisor of CM, and immediate past chief secretary of the government of West Bengal. Sir, we are grateful to you. Despite your busy schedule, you have come here and to spend some time along with us. Thank you, sir. And we are also grateful because President Council of Architecture has reached today's morning and he is in hotel, but due to some traffic jam, he is repeatedly phoned to me, kindly excuse me, I could not reach despite I am trying. So he is shortly reaching here and we will be receive him and we will also be accept him. And our past chairman, President of the Institution of Engineers, Shishir Kumar Banerjee is along with us. Our State Center Chairman, West Bengal State Center, Dr. Nirmal Das is along with us. Our convener of the seminar of this seminar, as well as he was the former engineer-in-chief of the PWD, Government of West Bengal. Now he is the chairman of the Project Committee, Heritage Commission and Project Clearance Committee under Finance Department, Government of West Bengal. And he is also in the dais. And our convener, Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Niyogi, HOD, Civil Engineering Department, Techno India Insurance International, he is along with me. And very shortly, our honorary secretary will reach here. And with the permission of the chief guest, today we are starting our program. Actually, this program has been thought for the creativity of the restoration of the heritage structure. Respected dignitaries on the dais, chief guest, and all these things, and the respected dignitaries of the dais and of the dais, professors, academicians, architects, engineers, researchers, consultants, students, ladies and gentlemen. We are welcome you all for the attending and participating today's seminar on heritage structure, rehabilitation, retrofitting and the restoration. Heritage structure is historical monuments, structures having architectural, aesthetic, historic, culture and public interest values. Many a time, especially in cases where the century is old and its antiquity, heritage structure fails to endure for mishandling, repair and the maintenance. Heritage preservation, restoration is a long-term investment that benefits us today and leaves behind on invaluable resources for future generations to come. Sir, thank you, sir. And our President, Council of Architecture, has arrived, and we are grateful to you, sir. Despite your busy schedule, you have come from long way, and we are grateful to you, sir, for your despite busy schedule. You came in late, no problem, due to traffic jam. We are thank you, sir, for your kind presence in this August gathering. And structure gives the witness of the such heritage of the periods. Conservation, the retrofitting, restoration have become a challenge for everyone concerned. Realizing the demand of the situation and the challenges of the problem, Civil Engineering Division, West Bengal State Center, the Institution of Engineers have decided and intends to take a lead by providing a platform of discussion and the continuous exchange of thoughts among the conservation architects, structural engineers, archaeologists and the special expert consultants and the executors. As a part of which the Civil Engineering Division have planned, considering the gravity of the situation and urgency of the maintenance, repairs, rehabilitation, retrofitting and restoration of the heritage monuments, structures, organize a seminar on heritage structures, rehabilitation, retrofitting and the restoration today on 19th May 2023. We are assembled here for the purpose of that seminar. Professor Abhay Purohit and has also reached here, and where our the chief guest, Mr. Alapan Bandyopadhyay, Chairman of the Heritage Commission of the West Bengal, and Chief Advisor of the CM, and also the immediate past Chief Secretary of the Government of West Bengal, and his views and thinking and views will show the path years to come. Professor Abhay Binoy Purohit, President, Council of Architecture, guest of honor, will enlighten about the architectural and the aesthetic values and need of the restoration of the heritage structures. Our past President, IEI, Sisir Kumar Banerjee, will enlighten his views about the IES views in this regards, and our President, Institute of Engineers, he is reaching shortly, he will also explain his views in this regard. After inaugural session over, there will be one technical session. The many eminent speakers came from different parts of India, will deliver their expertise, experience, workout, presentation, and sponsor presentation from where a roadmap of the preservation of the heritage structures will be prepared. And all of your the support, we hope that this seminar will be a grand success. Thank you. Namaskar.
So, to start with the program, may I request to the dignitaries to lighting up the lamp, this auspicious ritual to maintain the, please lighting up the lamp. I request our divisional chairman to give a flower bouquet to Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture. Sir. May I now request Engineer Srikumar Bhattacharya, Chairman of this Chairman Project Committee and Heritage Commission, and the convener of this seminar to give a short lecture about the seminar.
Good afternoon. Today's subject, as we just thought, is a challenge, I think, from the professionals like civil engineer, like conservation architect and all, as because we know that our heritage, particularly built-in heritage, we are talking today is at stake because our development, because our lack of awareness, because due to some technical issues or because some legal issues. So I think being a professional and institution of engineers, we should take some step for that, so that we can reach a point with all professionals. So today is a gathering of all experts, I think, and we are very much pleased that Chairman of West Bengal Heritage Commission is with us today, and experts from different areas, of course, like structural, like conservation architect. So all are with us today. So I think it will be a good talk today, and everybody will express their thoughts and ideas, and will be rich, and we can have a solution, and we can have some good points to take our heritage structures, how to take care of that like our parents. So I will not take much time. Time is already limited, and some of our speakers and guests are on the way to join. So thanks to all, and please enjoy the program today.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Engineer Shishir Kumar Banerjee, special guest of this seminar and past President of Institute of Engineers India, to say something in this occasion.
Institute of Engineers, not Institute. Very good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, West Bengal State Center, Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Alapon Bandyopadhyay, Honorable our Abhay Binayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture, Sri C. Kumar Bhattacharya, our Honorable past President, Sri Dr. Samiran Choudhury, our council members, former council member, our committee member, and also distinguished guests, distinguished professors of different institutions, and our students. It is both a pleasure and privilege to address today in this technical event on particularly heritage structures, rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to Sri Alapon Bandyopadhyay, the Chairman of the Heritage Commission of West Bengal, and Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, President of the Council of Architecture, Government of India. Your presence, sir, here today underscores the significance of this event and the collective responsibility we bear in preserving our cultural heritage. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the West Bengal State Center of the Institution of Engineers for extending the invitation, and it is heartening to see the commitment of West Bengal State Center in organizing this event and providing engineers with a platform to address the vital issues surrounding the rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting of our heritage structures. As we gather here in the virtual arena to discuss the preservation of our cultural heritage, it is imperative that we acknowledge the commendable work being done by the West Bengal Heritage Commission under the leadership of Chairman Sri Alapon Bandyopadhyay, the Commission has taken significant strides in identifying, protecting and promoting the rich heritage of West Bengal. Their tireless efforts in safeguarding our heritage structures and raising awareness about their historical significance deserve our utmost appreciation and support. I would like to emphasize the importance of fostering a deeper connection between our cultural heritage and the people it represents. Our heritage structures are not merely architectural wonders, they are living reminders of our shared history, reflecting the aspirations, achievements and stories of the communities that build them. In order to preserve the heritage structures, we must engage with the local communities that have an interest in the survival. These communities possess invaluable knowledge about the cultural and historical context of these structures, and their active involvement in restoration efforts ensures that the heritage remains relevant and meaningful to the people who hold it dear. Furthermore, our efforts should extend beyond the physical restoration of the structures. We must embrace initiatives that promote cultural exchange, education, and virtual tourism experience by creating online opportunities for people to experience and learn about our heritage firsthand. We ignite a sense of pride and ownership in the communities, ensuring that these structures remain cherished and protected for generations to come. In addition, I urge all engineers and professionals participating in this program to advocate for sustainable and environmentally friendly practices in the rehabilitation, restoration and retrofitting of heritage structures. Climate change poses a significant threat to our built heritage, and we must ensure that our preservation efforts contribute to the overall resilience of these structures. By incorporating, innovating and eco-conscious solutions, we can mitigate the impact of natural disasters and safeguard our cultural heritage from potential harm. Global warming and pollution of various types, inclusive of greenhouse gas emissions, pose a serious threat to our existence. We need to ensure proper control of resources to preserve the environment of the heritage structure. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to the preservation of our cultural heritage. It is a responsibility we must all embrace, for these heritage structures not only connect us to our past but also inspire and shape our future. By working collaboratively, sharing knowledge and resources and fostering a sense of ownership within our communities, we can ensure that our heritage structures stands tall as a testament to our rich history and cultural identity. Once again, I express my gratitude to the West Bengal State Center of the Institution of Engineers India for organizing this significant event, and commend the West Bengal Heritage Commission for their outstanding work in safeguarding our heritage. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate and strive for excellence in preserving our cultural heritage for the betterment of the society. With these few words, thank you again. Thank you all. Namaskar.
Thank you, Shishir sir. If you want to say something.
Thank you. Today, many eminent personalities present today. Particularly, we are grateful that the very senior past president, Professor Dr. Sobiran Choudhury, is with us. So I request him kindly to say a few words. Sir, it is our earnest request. You kindly say a few words. We are expecting something because you are the most senior past president present today. Please come, sir. I request our state chairman to kindly felicitate him with the flower bouquet. আমাদের অনার স্যার, আপনি এখানে বসে বলুন স্যার। বসুন বসুন ওই ফুলটা ছড়িয়ে দাও।
Well, at the outset, I must thank Mr. Basak for inviting me in this particular seminar. Well, I don't know anything absolutely about this because my discipline is entirely different. And in most of the cases, as I belong to electrical engineering, well, suffice it to say that when we talk about heritage building, few centuries old, probably electricity was not there. So my knowledge, you can gauge that I am absolutely a buffoon so far as today's discussions are concerned. But only because my younger brother has called me and asked me from the dais to address you, well, I wish all the success to this particular seminar, though I'll fail to understand a single word of this one. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
May I now request Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, Guest of Honor, President of Council of Architecture, to say something in this occasion.
Sir, actually, sir, come in late because due to traffic jam, we have not given the opportunity to felicitate him by the flower bouquet. So I request our state chairman, Dr. Nirmal Das, to kindly felicitate him with the flower bouquet.
Felicitation was given, so ठीक है सर, ओके फाइन
Sir, you come on there.
এই তো এখানে যাচ্ছি
Okay, okay, sir. ঠিক আছে, again করো। Few words, kindly, sir. Sir, one more, because you are in late, so you are getting two.
Yeah, thank you very much. Vande Mataram. The dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, my teacher from IIT Kharagpur, very glad to see you, ma'am. Architects, engineers, those who are linked with conservation, those who are not linked with the conservation. Possibly, I think that heritage and conservation is something which we all really understand right from our childhood. And that is how the Indian culture and Indian society and the Indian ethos are all about. This is a city of joy. This also is a city of great heritage, and this is not just because I am in West Bengal and I'm talking about it. It's not that way at all. if we look at it as such, and we were talking about, and somebody has mentioned about the sustainability. And I remember my IIT Kharagpur days, whereupon, for the first time possibly we said that, okay, there has to be some place whereupon we have to visit. And, somebody suggested Bishnupur. And that is, my sort of first introduction to a sort of a sustainability which we are talking about. So it is a heritage, it is a sustainability combined together. And of course, we were studying history of architecture, and we have something which is a provincial style of West Bengal as a part of it. Again, wherever it comes as such, it is always about, the use of the bricks and the sustainability. And I do remember that when I was traveling from the train as such, as a student of IIT Kharagpur, maybe from Kharagpur to Kolkata, to have that sort of a metropolitan feel, and you come across those villages, small villages, and the pond which is behind that hutment, and then you just take a closer look and you realize that, oh, this is something else. This is not only a pond. And so that pond actually is also meant for a lot of things, maybe including putting up the fish culture into that. These are all the parts of maybe our traditional living, and has essentially a great sort of a connect with the heritage. And possibly we are, all basically rapidly as such forgetting about that also. And so thereby there is a need to, time and again talk about the heritage, talk about the conservation, and a lot many things. But I come back to it. So when I said that, I'm into a place whereupon the heritage really has found its manifestation. And so I, sort of go back into history, and I realized that, oh, so it was something like this, that the Britishers for the first time possibly have come to West Bengal, Kolkata. And if we see the sort of the influence, the type of the influence which they brought, and the type of the original culture which was, maybe Kolkata is one of those beautiful examples whereupon all these things have really come together very, very nicely. So what are we looking at? Heritage naturally has to have two parts of it, and something which we call as a tangible heritage and something which we call as a intangible heritage. And to my mind, tangible is important indeed, but intangible is much, much more important. Because tangible would not have any kind of a sense unless otherwise the intangible is actually in place. And that is how it is. And then I come to back, like on a WhatsApp as such, and on the social media, there are so many things which would keep on circulating as such. And they say that one of the sort of the clips which I came across, it talks about basically Calcutta as a very nice, one among the maybe 15 cities in the world whereupon the food is something which is fantastic. And to my mind, again, it actually has to do something with the heritage. And heritage is actually always a part of an evolution. Same way, we have the Indian culture. Whenever we say Indian culture, we say original. No, sorry. We have adopted so many things from so many places. And possibly the beauty of Indian civilization is that it has always taken something which is very, very good, very, very nice, adopted, and then its manifestations which came were in a very, very different fashion. And that is how the India is all about. So our diversified so-called culture, and our diversified so-called languages, and our diversified so-called living habits, etc., and still, at some point of time, we are capable of connecting with each other, and that's the most beautiful part of it. So, we never actually thought, and I'm very, very well aware that, we have here Shri Alpan Bandyopadhyay ji, who is also advisor to Chief Minister, and also, very, very great enthusiast as far as the heritage is concerned. When I look at it as such, I realize that really we somehow are lacking on one part of it. And that element is that of a celebration. And we go to the Western countries, and we go to the countries which doesn't have a history more than maybe few centuries, and they would be talking about the heritage in a big way. Whereas here in India, go to any nook and corner, heritage is available everywhere as such, and somehow or the other, we have just taken it as a part of our life, and we are not into a celebration mode. On one side, we are talking about making it popular. On other side, we are neglecting, I'm sorry to say this, neglecting our great heritage, the monuments. We are not showcasing it. And if really we have to be there standing, tall and saying that, look here, we know what it is all about. We are not talking about the centuries. We are talking about thousands of the years of the heritage. And there where I think that is going to make a lot of difference. And then we should know actually how to really, if marketing is a proper word, market ourselves. We have a lot of things to offer, and those things would happen only when we are capable of going into a celebration mode. And when I say going to a celebration mode, it essentially means that it requires a sort of a patronage in the initial stage. Any small monument, any small structure of a heritage, we have to actually really give it a great importance. And the government should be capable of, any government, there's no question of who and what. I'm talking about a state sponsorship. The state sponsorship has to be there. It is always said, I talk about architecture, and maybe most probably same thing must be true for the engineers. We say that architecture could not flourish without the royal patronage. Now here, of course, we are in a democratic country, and so thereby there is no question of a royal patronage, and etc., etc. But I think that it is a question of a sort of a sensitizing and sensitivity of those who are actually at the helm of the affairs to understand that this also is as equal as anything else in terms of the priority. So let us, I'm very sure, I'm there to, listen to the great speakers. I am very sure that it is going to be a great session which is going to be ahead, but at the same point of time, let us all sort of resolve that it is essentially important. It is not actually one of the kinds. It's not as if, to heritage bhi kar lenge. No, it's not that way around. It has to become a way of life. It has to be accepted as a challenge that it is such a big country whereupon it has a great heritage, and that heritage needs to be sort of preserved and conserved and to be protected and to be celebrated. So I think that is what basically I would like to say. I don't think that I have much of a time available. As a Council of Architecture, we have the initiatives whereupon we have also taken up documentation of the heritage sites, and I would like to use this platform to ensure or to assure that from the Council of Architecture as such, if any kind of a help is required in terms of maybe, because we have a network of the schools, we have about 450 odd schools across India. And so really, if somebody wants to do something meaningful as such, Council would be really willing to be a part of that kind of initiative for absolutely for the social cause, absolutely whereupon we can do that. And somebody has mentioned about making the digital walkways. And let me tell you that we are into, because in order to propagate the new education policy and the new education tools, Council has already earmarked a significant amount for the purpose of creating the virtual tours. So we are in the search of the people. It's not only about heritage structures, it is about the Indian architecture. So because I believe that what we have to do is that we have to also look at how as Indians we have contributed and how we have progressed. So Council is very much there to put up that across. Having said that, I am happy that here in Kolkata I have been first invited by Institute of Engineers after becoming a president, and that's a great thing. Tomorrow actually I am also going to have a meeting with your national body, with your president, with your executive committee, and we are trying to look at the possibilities as to how we are capable of coming together, and how we are capable of looking at the multidisciplinary scenarios, and how are we capable of contributing to each other's development and each other's growth. Because architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, all those who are going to be a part of the built environment, they are not competitors with each other. Sorry, I don't believe in that at all. they are basically equal stakeholders. If they are coming together and they are capable of working together in an excellent fashion as such, I think we would be capable of creating again a new heritage. So if we have to create that new heritage, we have to be together, we have to understand, recognize each other's potentials and at the same point of the strengths, and then build up our stories based on that. So that is where I am. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Vande Mataram. Thanks.
We are honored, we are humbled that our President of Institution of Engineers India, Engineer Chinmoy Debnath, is present over here. May I request our President to say something in this occasion.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Respected President of this program, Dr. Nirmal Das, Chairman, the Institution of Engineers India, West Bengal State Center, the Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Alapan Bandyopadhyay, IAS retired, Chairman, Heritage Commission of West Bengal, who is also Chief Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal and former Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, the Guest of Honor, Professor Abhay Vinayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture, Special Guest, Engineer Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past President, IEI, other dignitaries in dais, past President, corporate members of the Institution of Engineers India, the Honorary Secretary, the committee members of the IEI West Bengal State Center, the Chairman and other committee members of Civil Engineering Division of IEI West Bengal State Center, participants, speakers of this seminar, ladies and gentlemen. I am really happy to be present in this very important seminar on heritage structures, rehabilitation, restoration and retrofitting, being organized by the Institution of Engineers India West Bengal State Center Civil Engineering Division. I am sorry that I could not join in the program in time, as I was engaged in another one preoccupied meeting at the III headquarters, which was also intimated the organizer, though our esteemed chief guest and guest of honor have arrived, but I couldn't join with them in the beginning of the program. And I have been deprived to hear the deliberation of my previous speakers. It is known to you all that the Institution of Engineers India is the largest multidisciplinary professional body that encompasses 15 engineering disciplines and provides engineers a global platform for sharing professional interests. With a membership strength of over 9 lakh, it has been inextricably linked with the history of modern day engineering, serving the engineering fraternity for over a century. We provide a vast array of technical, professional and supporting services to the government, industries, academia and the engineering fraternity. Our 125 centers located across the country and 6 overseas chapters operate as a beacon of engineering excellence. We have international links and professional bilateral agreements with several international organizations across the globe. Our commitment to the cause of society in general and the engineering fraternity in particular has led us to organize various national and international conferences, seminars and symposiums on the emerging issues of science and technology. Today's technical seminar on heritage structures, rehabilitation, restoration and retrofitting is an extension of our commitment to the society and the engineering fraternity. The rehabilitation, restoration and retrofitting of heritage structures are of utmost importance to preserve our cultural heritage. The importance of preserving our cultural heritage cannot be overstated. Our heritage structures are a testament to our history and they hold a special place in the hearts of the people. However, these structures are often neglected and suffer from neglect and decay over time. This is where rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting come in. These techniques are essential in preserving our heritage structure and ensuring that they remain a part of our cultural heritage for generations to come. Rehabilitation involves making repairs to the structure while preserving its original character. Restoration involves bringing the structures back to its original condition, often by rebuilding damaged or lost elements. Retrofitting involves strengthening the structure to make it more resistant to earthquakes, floods, and other natural disasters. All three techniques require a deep understanding of the structure's history, materials, and construction techniques. As a civil engineer, I am acutely aware of the importance of preserving our cultural heritage. The technical aspects of rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting are complex and require a great deal of expertise. However, with the right approach and techniques, it is possible to preserve our heritage structure and ensure that they remain a part of our cultural heritage for generations to come. As involved in the field of civil engineering for many years, I am to say that we have made significant strides in the area. Our profession has played a crucial role in the preserving our cultural heritage, and we continue to do so with unwavering commitment. However, there is always room for improvement, and we must continue to strive for excellence in our profession. We must keep in mind the words of Gustav Eiffel, who said, "The engineer, and more generally the man who masters all the secrets of physical reality, must master above all the secrets of life in the society." And engineers, it is our responsibility to not only preserve our heritage structure, but also to ensure that they continue to be relevant and contribute to the well-being of the society. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate the importance of preserving our cultural heritage and the role that engineers play in achieving this goal. The technical seminar on heritage structure, rehabilitation, restoration, and retrofitting is a testament to our commitment to the cause of society and the engineering fraternity. I urge all of us to continue to work towards preserving our cultural heritage while ensuring its structural safety. I hope that the presentation of the speakers will immensely beneficial for the participants and all. With this, I once again convey special thanks to the organizer for organizing such important technical seminar, and I hope the outcome of this seminar will be a great important role for our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words. May I now request our chairman of the Civil Engineering Division to present the flower bouquet to the President of Institutions of Engineers India. Again, I request again to our chairman to present the flower bouquet to the Honorary Secretary Engineer Dr. Raju Boshak. May I now request our chief guest, Mr. Alapan Bandyopadhyay, Chairman Heritage Commission of West Bengal, Chief Advisor to CM and immediate past Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, to say something in this seminar.
Engineer Chinmoy Debnath, President of the Institution of Engineers. We are sitting in the Institution of Engineers, and he is in a way the presiding deity. Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, guest of honor and President of the Council of Architecture. I really congratulate the organizers today for assembling such national level players. It's very important to integrate national forums and national players, so we're very grateful that they could come. Engineer Sri Kumar Bhattacharya, Chairman Project Committee Heritage Commission and our former engineering chief. Dr. Nirmal Das, Chairman of the West Bengal State Center of the Indian Institute of Engineers. Mr. Dr. Gautam Kumar Baisak, Chairman of the Civil Engineering Division of the West Bengal State Center of the IEI. And I must say that Mr. Baisak has organized it with very earnest and very sincere efforts, and it is due to his efforts that all of us have assembled here today. There are other distinguished academicians and practitioners like Professor Shomiran Chaudhary of Jadavpur University, who has assured us that he doesn't know anything about heritage though. Professor Somnath Ghosh, formerly Dean of Jadavpur University. Professor Sudeep Roy. Mr. Shishir Kumar Banerjee, past President of the Institution of Engineers, who has spoken very well and who has enlightened us. There are several other colleagues of mine, from Mr. Kapoor of Intact to Mr. Niranshu Basu, formerly of KMC, to our former Chief Government Architect. In fact, from the government sector, Sanghamitra Devi is there from the IIT, who is also there in the KMC Heritage Conservation Committee. From the government sector and the private sector, several distinguished engineers are assembled here on the cause of heritage structures, rehabilitation, retrofitting and restoration, and this is indeed a noble cause. So I am particularly thankful that you all, and in particular Mr. Baisak, the sincere and initiative taking enthusiast, you have all kindly invited me here. Since Professor Shomiran Chaudhary said he doesn't really know anything about heritage, I will start from there. Indeed, most of us do not know anything about heritage. In the name of heritage, we often join in very nebulous discussions. So I will not take much time though, but I will try to give a quick synopsis so that all of us who are assembled here can join together in future efforts from our respective points of view. Engineers from engineering point of view, civil engineers from civil engineering point of view, electrical engineers from electrical engineering point of view, and electrical engineers have very serious role to play, I can assure you, in heritage structure. Heritage structures is not something pre-Akbar. Heritage structure is often only 30 years old. Heritage is not tied to any age frame. So we should all, from our respective points of view, play our little roles, but we should have a common understanding of the problem at hand. Heritage is what we inherit, what we should continue to inherit, what we should take pride in inheriting. Heritage is a business of history. No act has precisely given any age frame to heritage. Ancient Monuments Act, Government of India, gives some age frame. Certain other limited legislations give some limited age frames, but generally heritage has been kept as a nebulous terms. Heritage can be either built or non-built. Heritage can be tangible or intangible. These days UNESCO is giving a lot of emphasis on intangible heritage because some of us were giving too much emphasis on built heritage. Today though, we are talking more of tangible built heritage because engineers and architects are principally concerned with tangible built heritage, and we are not digressing to intangible such as musical, natural, literary heritage because those are not directly subjects of ours today. In built heritage, when did we start our movement to conserve, restore, treasure our built heritage movement? Strange though it may seem, it was initially started by the British Empire. No, it was started even before that by the East India Company. They were the first guys who were struck, wonderstruck by the majesty of Indian heritage. Since Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, Purohit is Rajasthani Brahmin title, Binayak is Maharashtrian title. So I asked him, how come, being a Rajasthan origin Brahmin, you are located in Maharashtra? He said, during the late years of Mughal Empire, when Aurangzeb was not very successful in managing the rebel king Shivaji, when Shivaji Maharaj was coronated in the late 17th century, late 18th century, in Maharashtra, his ancestors had moved from Rajasthan to Maharashtra, hence this Vinayak Purohit. I found the name to be of heritage essence, so wanted to explain that. So, Professor Vinayak Purohit said, Indian heritage is something that Indians should take pride in. Not only we, the colonial East India Company was also awestruck by the discovery of heritage in India. Those of us who are interested may read profitably a book by John Key, India Rediscovered. Wonderful book. How Ashokan pillars were being discovered by James Prinsep, for example. They didn't know what these pillars are. Great, grand, majestic pillars, one after another being rediscovered from different parts of the country. How William Jones before that had discovered the linguistic heritage of Sanskrit and all that, but Prinsep started the material heritage discovery. How one after another the pillars and monuments of Indian civilizational efforts were being discovered, and slowly the picture of India from Mauryan times, from Ashokan times to Gupta times started dawning on them. It is thus in 1860s the archaeological survey was born. So in a way, the archaeological survey of India was the first modern, systematic, even though colonial, even though imperial, even though slightly prejudiced from some points of view, it was the first effort to conserve the material relics of Indian antiquity. In Bengal today, ASI conserves 135 monuments. So, some scholar here was discussing the heritage of Bengal. So, Bengal today, from several points of view, has 1663 notified heritage buildings, out of which 135 are notified and conserved, and they are the best conserved, they are the best equipped agency, they are a national agency by ASI. Professor Vinayak Purohit was mentioning Bishnupur. The wonderful, majestic, great Bishnupur temples are maintained by ASI in Bishnupur. Post this effort, Curzon was incidentally, Curzon is hated in Bengal because of partition of Bengal, but he is the man who was most obsessed with heritage conservation, and he took the efforts of Archaeological Survey of India to a zenith kind of thing. Post-independence, post-colonial Indian and Bengal government initially was more interested in relief to the partition refugees in Bengal, in development works for the poor and needy, and less focused on heritage. That is how in Calcutta we lost the Senate Hall of Calcutta University. No less a person than Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai was the Chief Minister of Bengal when Senate Hall was destroyed. No less a person than Dr. Bidhan Chandra Rai was the Chief Minister of Bengal when that ugly telephone bhavan was allowed to be constructed in that great square called Dalhousie Square or Binay Badal Dinesh Bagh, which is being contemplated by UNICEF or UNESCO today for being declared as a World Heritage Site. So in 50s and 60s, in the post-colonial anxiety for nation building, sometimes we had probably underemphasize the question of Indian heritage. Probably the heritage question then was seen as an imperial legacy question or as seen as upper class question, while the newly empowered, enfranchised Indian voting community wanted relief, rehabilitation, development, welfare measures, etc. In 1990s, when the neo-liberalization efforts in Indian economy unleashed several forces, and we saw that heritage is being grossly abused, started the heritage movement in Bengal. Professor Borunde, etc., made efforts in Kolkata Metropolitan Development Authority. The Bengal guys know this story. And it was following this effort that Kolkata Municipal Corporation succeeded in making a list of roughly 1,000 buildings. Today the number is 917. They also, I was Municipal Commissioner, Kolkata Municipal Corporation, when these buildings were also graded. Today we have 900 odd graded heritage buildings in Kolkata. Not a very comprehensive list, not a complete list, but nonetheless a good, substantially workable list. At least you know what are the buildings that are called heritage buildings in Kolkata. INTAC has prepared a good, not a, couple of good compendiums pictorially depicting and giving an idea about these buildings. You can collect such books from INTAC also. Directorate of Archaeology, meanwhile, in the rest of Bengal, beyond Kolkata, has notified and has been trying to restore some of the buildings, relics of monuments, etc., which have been not taken care of by Archaeological Survey of India. Things like Jagjivanpur Buddhist Stupa. In North Bengal, there was a Buddhist site, series of great Buddhist monasteries. One of these sites has gone beyond the pale of Archaeological Survey of India. Our State Directorate of Archaeology is maintaining that. Similarly, near Daton, there is a Buddhist monastery site. Daton comes from the word Dat. It's called that Buddha's teeth were found there when Ashoka and Shanghamitra were toward journey to Sri Lanka with the relics of Buddha's body. Some teeth were found in Daton, and there a Buddhist monastery came up. Even though these efforts have been on, there have been series of other buildings either historically or architecturally significant, associated with the memory of our great nationalist leaders, our great educators, which need to be enlisted, graded, conserved. West Bengal Heritage Commission has the mandate to do that. Up till now, it has been able to enlist 500 buildings in Bengal. Out of these 500 buildings, there are two major clusters. One is in Kuch Bihar, the kingdom where there are lots of royal palaces and all that. The other is in Nabadvip, the great place associated with the great memory of Mahaprabhu Sri Chaitanya. So in West Bengal today, we are struggling with conservation and other issues of ASI notified 135 buildings, WBHC notified 500 buildings, Directorate of Archaeology notified 111 buildings, and Kolkata Municipal Corporation notified 917 buildings, together 1663 buildings, which incidentally constitute a most unfinished and incomplete list. In Heritage Commission, one thing that we need to assure is we must complete the listing first, the grading thereof, and the conservation, rehabilitation, retrofitting, and restoration thereof. Now, insofar as listing, gradation, etc. is concerned, we of course require the help of trained engineers and architects like you, but more assistance, more proactive guidance and leadership we seek of you insofar as rehabilitation, retrofitting, and restoration is concerned. Indeed, in the public buildings also, our engineers are often probably been sweeping in the repairs. Some of the ghats on the majestic river Ganga Hooghly have wonderful temples. Many of these wonderful temples have been, I would say, slightly wrongly handled. Most of these temples had exquisite works on the body, and probably because we didn't have money, probably because our engineers were not trained enough by such august bodies, a bit crude restoration work has often taken place, and the temples, many of the, Niransh Boshu knows what I am saying, those wonderful temples on that wonderful river called Ganga have lost much of their beautiful works because we were not equipped, we were not ready to restore them or keep them in proper restored condition for a very long time. Therefore, in these circumstances, it is really very, very assuring and very, very relieving to know that such august bodies like Institution of Engineers and like the Council of Architecture are represented here nationally. It is reassuring to know that such great engineers and academicians that you all are, you are taking interest in this subject. In West Bengal Heritage Commission, we have a system of empanelment of architects, empanelment of consultants. But I offer today to the Institution of Engineers and to the Council of Architecture, in case possible, if you have working groups or if one or two members really take interest and enthusiasm, if you could kindly send us a comprehensive list each, maybe one from Institution of Engineers and one from Council of Architectures, of trained, certified experts. We do not have a comprehensive list. People often approach us, government bodies, others, and we keep, and our little empanelment is a very small list. If we had a comprehensive list, if we knew who are the engineers who are trained, certified by august bodies like yours, then we will not make mistakes. Then we will not send wrong guys to the wonderful monuments that we often navigate with. Our resources are limited, fiscal financial resources, our ideational resources are limited, but our engineering resources and our architectural resources being abundant, if we can properly utilize them, having a list, having their contact numbers, their email IDs and all that, if some of them could show that they are very actively interested, then probably we could form a working group. In Mr. Sukumar Bhattacharya is here. With him, he was engineering chief PWD of the government of West Bengal. With him, a body could be there, and we could have an immediate reservoir of talented guys who could be immediately used for sundry miscellaneous works. In fact, such creative associations with talented people like you and with talented forums as yours would enable and strengthen the West Bengal Heritage Commission to execute its mandate. Its mandate is big, its wherewithal is limited, and it is only with association, MOUs, partnerships, in whichever form you want and accept. Only in such mutual efforts we can take forward the call of heritage, and in this context the workshops like today on heritage structures will get more meaning and substance, I believe. I thank you all once again for giving me this opportunity to see you all. Thank you.
Now, we want to felicitate our dignitaries in the stage. First of all, may I call upon our chairman of the Civil Engineering Division to come forward, and the chairman of the West Bengal State Center to come forward for this felicitation program. I want to first request chairman of the West Bengal State Center Civil Engineering Division,
Mr. Nilangshu Basu, formerly Principal Chief Engineer, Kolkata Municipal Corporation, wants me to repeat a point which I had the occasion to mention in a meeting here only, that for all these complex, nuanced heritage works, often the PWD schedules are incomplete. With the help of PWD schedules alone, we cannot often arrive at the rates for the works or the items that are involved in complex heritage works. So if seminars like this or if workshops like this, the associations like yours can evolve an answer that for such works, such and such kind of method could be better used, then probably all kinds of vague audit objections could be averted and ingenious and creative solutions can be evolved for sensitive works. Thank you, Mr. Basu.
So, may I request our chairman of the State Center to Civil Engineering Division, to present the memento to the chief guest, Mr. Alapan Bandyopadhyay.
Sir, prior to felicitation, what our chief guest has shows the roadmap of the restoration of the structure. I again thank you, sir, for your giving the good advices, and you have given rightly pointed out so many eminent engineers and the architects are assembled here. So if the Institute of Engineers in thought for that, the eminent engineers specialists for the reservation of the restoration and the retrofitting and the persons of name, and also from the Council of Architecture, I also request to the Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, to the eminent architects who are the thinking and doing for the architectural aesthetic beauty of the structures. So we can make a list, and that list on basis the charges given to the Sri Kumar Bhattacharya. So I request him to make a list, and upon that our the recommendation and suggestions should be sent to the government, either in state government as well as the central government, for the preservation of our heritage structures. Thank you. Now we are felicited to the chief guest.
Sri Alapan Bandyopadhyay, born in 17 May 1961 in Asansol, West Bengal. Sri Bandyopadhyay was an officer of IAS batch 1987 from West Bengal. He was earlier a district magistrate of Howrah, North and South Chobbish Pargana districts. He also served as a chief executive officer in Kolkata Metropolitan Development Authority and a commissioner of Kolkata Municipal Corporation. He had also headed several departments in government of West Bengal. He has penned several books including Amlar Moon, Proshongo Gokhale, etc. He is now Chief Advisor of Chief Minister of West Bengal from 1st June 1921. We are humbled to pay tribute to Mr. Alapan Bandyopadhyay. Beg your pardon, it was 2021. I request presidents to please be there. May I now request to present the memento to Chief Guest of Honor, Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit. Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit graduated in architecture from VRC, presently VNIT, Nagpur in 1985. Later he did Master on City Planning MCP in 1987 from IIT Kharagpur. After his post-graduation, he worked with different organization and dealt with the township planning, hospital and school design. Late he worked as associate professor in MIET. Currently he is a principal and director of IDEAS Institute of Design Education Architectural Studies, Nagpur since 2009. We are humbled to pay tribute to Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit. May I now request to present the memento to Engineer Chinmoy Devnath, President of Institutions of Engineers India. We are humbled to present the memento to Engineer Shishir Kumar Banerjee, special guest, past president, the Institution of Engineers India. We are honored to play our memento, present the memento to Engineer Srikumar Bhattacharya, Chairman Project Committee, Heritage Commission and Project Clearance Committee, Finance Department, and the convener of this seminar, Engineer Srikumar Bhattacharya.
Before anyone can understand what this is. It's insensitive. It's insensitive. Insensitive. But क्या बात है 500 रुपए दे सकते हैं 100 रुपए दे 100 रुपए में ये ना सही इसमें डिस्ट्रैक्ट सोचता है मन में तो बात सौंदर्य का साथ चाहिए सर 3 महीने में खत्म कर
Retrofitting है जो interpretation নিয়ে
হ্যাঁ খুব ভালো খুব ভালো এটা তো পুরো তোর সবটা তো যাওয়াটাই একটা সাধারণ আমাদের কুচবিহারে যেমন খুব সুন্দর যেমন বড়দা যেতে খুব ভালো লাগে
আসলে এখন হয়েছে কি প্রোগ্রাম নিয়েতে অনেক কিছু হেরিটেজ জিনিসটা
হ্যাঁ বাট স্টিল সাম কনসিয়াসনেস আবার ফিরে আসে টেকনিক্যাল সেশন আছে না is being celebrated today.
May I now request our Honorary Secretary of West Bengal State Center Institution of Engineers India to take the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. It deems to be a great pleasure for me to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the distinguished participants for attending the one-day technical seminar on topic Heritage Structure, Rehabilitation, Restoration and Retrofittings, organized by the Civil Engineering Division, West Bengal State Center, IEI. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks to Chief guest, Sri Alapan Bandyopadhyay, IAS retired, Chairman, Heritage Commission of West Bengal, Chief Advisor to CM, and immediate past Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal. I also convey my sincere thanks to guest of honor, Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, President, Council of Architecture. My sincere thanks also goes to Engineer Chinmay Devnath, President IEI, Engineer Shishir Banerjee, past President IEI, Dr. Nirmal Das, Chairman, West Bengal State Center IEI, Engineer Sri Kumar Bhattacharya, Chairman, Project Committee, Heritage Commission, Project Clearance Committee, Finance Department, Government of West Bengal, and former Engineer-in-Chief, PWD, Government of West Bengal. Engineer Gautam Kumar Baisak, Chairman, Civil Engineering Divisional Subcommittee, West Bengal State Center, IEI, and Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Nyogi, Convener, Civil Engineering Divisional Subcommittee, West Bengal State Center, IEI. The same feeling also being showered to council members present in this technical seminar, all the members of the committee, West Bengal State Center, IEI, and all members of Civil Engineering Divisional Subcommittee for their wholehearted support to make the program a success. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks also goes to those persons who are behind the screen giving their silent support to make the program a success. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
May I request to the participants to stand for national anthem.
Light off.
शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे पालक भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 जय
Release. This is the end of the inaugural session. We are having a tea break, and tea will be served in the antechamber just beside this auditorium, and we will start within 5 minutes the technical session. Thank you.
Kindly you can take the tea and biscuits just in annex room. I request Professor Abhay Purohit kindly be stay with us, and after tea break you will be the chairman of the technical session, kindly along with us, okay? And Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh, he will be the co-chairman of the technical session, and Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Niyogi will be the rapporteur of the technical session, and all the speakers of the technical sessions are requested to kindly be stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
एक तो सेट हुआ है वही आज गाड़ी जाए প্রেসিডেন্ট আমার কাছে আছে সন্ত এসেছিল প্রেসিডেন্ট আর এই তো আছে এখানে না জেনে কি করবো
May I request everybody to assemble in the hall once again for the technical session.
सर आता म्हणजे इझी झालं आपल्या प्रिंटरमध्ये हां
I request everybody to assemble in the hall to start this technical session again. May I request Dr. Baisak? And again I request Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit. Professor Abhay Binayak Purohit, who will be the chairman of the technical session, and Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh, ex-dean Jadavpur University and emeritus professor, mentor, advisor of Haldia Institute of Technology, as co-chairman of the technical session. I request both of you, sir, to please be in the stage. In this technical session, we have speaker Dr. Mookerjee, who is the consultant to high-profile repair, rehabilitation and restoration projects of Rashtrapati Bhavan, India. We have engineer Vishwadip Sen, Professor Dr. Shanghamitra Basu, IIT Kharagpur, expert conservation architect, and architect Anjan Mitro and Mr. Tapan Bhattacharya. May I request the chairman and the co-chairman of the session to be pleased in the stage. As we start with Dr. Mungesh V. Joshi. Principal Civil Structural Engineer, specialized in structural retrofitting. Retrofitting and pioneer of groundbreaking, first of its kind technology initiatives, and established campaigners of long-term sustainability and continued financial success. A strategic thinker who can ascertain the business challenges and deliver an innovative technology-driven solution. We have with us Dr. Mungesh V. Joshi. I request to be in the stage Sri Architect Anjan Mitro. Please be in the stage, sir. Engineer Bishwadip Chen. If you present over here, please be in the stage, sir. So I request Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh to take over the session. Thank you, sir.
It's okay, fine. Good evening, everybody. After a long session, inaugural session, now it is the technical session for which you are waiting for a long time, and we have got a number of distinguished speakers, and especially, you know, Mungesh Joshi from Mumbai. He has to catch the flight, so we should not wait. Rather, we should start the session. Now, in the beginning, I must say that you just have some slides just to, you know, create the environment, what we will be discussing today. And you see, after that, if you just see this, just see the photographs, and that will create the environment. And then our speakers, Sanghamita Di is from IIT Kharagpur. She is an expert in conservation. Bishwadip Da, he is also was associated with Puri Temple. And you will come to know many things. Mungesh, he is now at present with repair retrofitting of Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he has already completed 1,500 repair rehabilitation jobs throughout India. Now you see, these are the just to create the environment. I'll just take more than 5 minutes. I'm just showing you all these things because these are the things will be the subject of our discussion. And you see, these are the temples, and if you want to restore this, and this is not very easy, it's difficult. Like the Puri temple, when the Bishwadip will be discussing, it was a difficult task. And you see, this is another in Cambodia, and these are the ruins. And the Roman Colosseum, you know, in Italy, many of you visited that place. And this Athens Acropolis, you know this. So these are the, we can consider as heritage structures. Some are already destroyed. And these are the, this terracotta army in China. So these are the things, we want to restore these things, but unfortunately, we don't get experts always. And that's why some we could not restore, even throughout the world, not only in India, throughout the world. And these are the things, just have a look, and you can understand in Guatemala, and this is in Mexico. So these are the structures, basically, we want to discuss, where the repair retrofitting is a very, very important task. It is not that very easy. This is a big Buddha statue, and these are the things. Just have a look at it. we don't have time to discuss every site in detail, but only have a look at it. Suppose if you want to restore these things, it is not that easy. I know somebody in IIST, they are working on earthquake effect on this kind of statues. This is our Taj Mahal. It is good. In future also, I think it will be also good. Now you see, quickly, I will show you a few more things, and then I'll start with Mungesh. He is all the way from Mumbai, and
I will help you. Just. I will just. It is in here. It is here.
no, yours after that.
Okay.
Thank you. Sound. Sound, please. First, arrange for the sound. Is it okay? I don't think it's okay. টেকনিশিয়ান কোথায় গেলেন? তাকে বলুন সাউন্ডের ব্যবস্থা করতে। কতবার চালাবো, লোকের সামনে তো বাজে হচ্ছে জিনিসটা।
Kolkata presents an interesting cultural melange with the colonial British architecture balancing the modern architectural trends in a soothing manner. The architecture in the city, in fact, is a vivid narrative of the historical background of the city. Calcutta was the first capital of British India before it was shifted to Delhi, and in this regard, several large-scale investments were made in order to make the city suitable for the stature of an imperial capital. The presence of innumerable heritage buildings in Kolkata reflect the impressions that remain. The magnificence of these buildings and the historical and present significance that they have attracted the local people and visitors alike and have become famous tourist attractions in the city. Today, we at Indian Folk shall present to you some of the colonial heritage buildings in Kolkata, excluding however the more popular ones like Victoria Memorial and focusing on the lesser known ones. We are now in the BBD Bagh area, which was formerly known as the Dalhousie Square, and this place serves as the commercial and political center of Eastern India. It also houses several colonial heritage buildings that are located in this area. The Writers' Building. The Writers, as it is also called, is the former secretariat building of the government of West Bengal. This 150-meter long building covers the entire northern stretch of the water body that is locally known as Dal Digi. It was designed by Thomas Lyon in 1777 to accommodate the junior servants or writers of the East India Company. The Writers was the first three-story building in Kolkata. The present structure, however, is immensely different from the original construction, which underwent several extensions and served different administrative and educational purposes at different points of time across the centuries. Its Greco-Roman look was acquired between 1879 and 1906. An inspiring story that draws a link between the Indian national movement and the Writers' buildings is the one involving the martyrdom of three Indian revolutionaries, Binoy Basu, Badal Gupta and Dinesh Gupta, after whom the BBD Bagh has been named. On 8th December 1930, the three Indian revolutionaries with loaded revolvers headed to the Writers' building and shot down the Inspector General of Police, Colonel Simpson, who was infamous for his inhuman treatment of Indian prisoners in the jails. However, the three were soon overpowered by British forces and were shot dead. A statue of the three heroes stands in front of the Writers' building today, commemorating their bravery and respect and love for the country. Post-independence, the building housed the office of the Chief Minister of West Bengal up to October 2013, when the office was shifted for its renovation. However, this 2 billion plan of renovation was stalled in 2014 when conservation experts claimed it to be inefficient. Meanwhile, a team of expert architects was invited to conduct tests in the building, after which the plan for renovation can be initiated once again. Comparatively lesser known than its counterparts, the Standard Life Assurance building is one of the most magnificent structures in the area. It was constructed by the Bombay-based architect Frederick W. Stevens in 1896 and once housed the office of the Edinburgh-based Standard Life Assurance Company. However, over the course of time, due to lack of maintenance and proper attention, the building has been a victim of deterioration and decay. The exhaust fumes of the vehicles that pass by the building during peak office hours has eaten into the sandstone and the beauty and sheer magnificence of the structure. Although several attempts have been made at revamping and
কলকাতার আনাচে কানাচে লুকিয়ে আছে ওই দিক। কলকাতার আনাচে কানাচে লুকিয়ে আছে কত ঐতিহ্য।
আবার সাউন্ডের প্রবলেম।
শহরের হৃৎপিণ্ডে কান পাতলে শোনা যায় সেসব দীর্ঘশ্বাস। পথ চলতি জীবনে সেসব চোখেও পড়ে, আবার এড়িয়েও যায়।
আমার শহর, আমার শহর।
মধ্য কলকাতায় রাজা সুবোধ মল্লিকের বাড়ি। 1907 সাল পর্যন্ত ঋষি অরবিন্দ কলকাতায় থাকাকালীন এই বাড়িতেই রাজার অতিথি হিসেবে থাকতেন। এই বাড়ির ইতিহাসের গুরুত্ব অপরিসীম। বাড়িটি বর্তমানে কলকাতা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের সম্পত্তি, কিন্তু বাড়ির ভগ্ন দশা বলে দিচ্ছে ইতিহাস আজ এখানে বড়ই বিবর্ণ। গ্রেড 1 হেরিটেজ হওয়া সত্ত্বেও প্রমোটার রাজের কবল থেকে রক্ষা পায়নি এই ঐতিহ্যমণ্ডিত বাড়িটি।
কর্পোরেশনকে বিরাট বড় রোল নিতে হবে রিগার্ডিং, মানে তোমার বিশেষ করে এই
কন্ডিশন অফ দি হাউস,
যে রুলস, বিল্ডিং রুলস আছে,
ডিফিকাল্ট
সেটাকে একটুখানি নরম করে দেখা। কেননা নতুন বাড়ির মতন ওই একই নিয়মে পুরনো বাড়ি করা যাবে না।
আমরা কোনো ক্ষেত্রে কর্পাস বা একটা বেনিফিট ফান্ড হেরিটেজের বিভিন্ন জায়গা, ফাঁকা জায়গা আমরা যখন রিল্যাক্সেশন দিই কোথাও হেরিটেজ কমিশনের সুপারিশ অনুযায়ী সেই জায়গায় দেওয়া হয়, কিন্তু সে টাকাটা এতই অপ্রতুল যে এই হেরিটেজগুলোকে রক্ষা করা আমাদের পক্ষে মানে অসম্ভব হয়ে পড়ে।
এরা সবাই আছেন এই শহরেই, তবু হারিয়ে গেছেন বয়সের ভারে, জীর্ণতায়, বিস্মৃতির অতলে। কেউ কথা রাখেনি, কেউ মনে রাখেনি।
শুধু কলকাতায় নয়, ভারতবর্ষের ইতিহাসে সে ছিল এক অধ্যায়। ইস্ট ইন্ডিয়া কোম্পানির প্রথম গভর্নর জেনারেল লর্ড ওয়ারেন হেস্টিংস কলকাতায় তার অফিস খুললেন 1784-তে। কাজ শুরু করলেন কলকাতা থেকে গোটা ভারতবর্ষের জন্য। আর এই ঘরেই তিনি তৈরি করেছিলেন তার কর্মক্ষেত্র।
So I am skipping to this because we don't have much time.
Kolkata, the capital of West Bengal, is truly India's heritage city. As it is home to around 1200 listed heritage structures, more than in any other Indian metropolis. Known in the late 17th and 18th centuries as the City of Palaces due to the sheer number of grand mansions that stood here, Calcutta, as the city was then called, was also the second most prominent city in the British Empire. It rivaled London in splendor. Sadly, times have changed and the city's heritage is now under threat from the pressures of urbanization.
So thank you very much. I think I could create some environment of heritage structure. And with this, I would like to introduce our first speaker, my very close friend, Mookerjee Joshi. Dr. Mookerjee Joshi is from IIT Bombay, and he has worked a lot on this. He's a practical man, and he is also, the Senate member of IIT Patna. So he is also associated with academics very much and research. First of all, I would like to say that, Mungesh at this age, he has already completed 1,500 jobs. And at present, he is associated with the repair and rehabilitation of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Mungesh, please take your mic.
Good evening, everybody. I will directly jump onto the thing. Thanks for inviting me for this presenting on this topic. Before starting the presentation, some disclaimer, like I'm not an architect, I'm structural engineer, and still I'm talking about this thing. So I'm, as Professor Somnath Ghosh also said, that I'm a practical person, so I'll mainly talking from practical perspective, and what I'm calling it is restoring work of beauty and nothing that Rashtrapati Bhavan. So I'm just going to present these case studies, that how we started, what we planned, what we end up. So rehabilitation and structural repairs of Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. Brief history, like we all know, that is iconic structure constructed between 1912 and 1929, spread on 5 acres, and estate is almost 330 acres, 340 rooms, 2.5 kilometer corridor, and everybody knows that great Newton's was the principal designer for this building. And we all know this magnificent structure wherever President stays. So it has this 1.2 kilometer perimeter of chhajjas. So it covers, is a typical sunshade which covers it completely, and it protects from typical Indian summer. So if you see this, and if you on a closer look, you will see these chhajjas, beautifully made of chhajjas. They call it is petal design, means all this cream color and this sandstone color red, and this chhajja is there across the perimeter. Like as I said, it covers this entire 1.2 kilometer chhajja. And it got beautiful shapes, corners, rounds, and it is having slopes in both directions, straight edges, and each petal is unique in a sense because it is all manually made there. So it is a corner petals. So what do you think it's made of? What material? Any guesses that it is made of what type of material? Any guesses? Okay. Any more? Granite, sandstone, anything? Huh? Brick. Unfortunately, all guesses are wrong.
Limestone
Huh?
and limestone.
Okay. So even I used to think what you all thought, like what all the suggestions came. But I think Lutens there tried something different. And it is 100-year-old reinforced lime concrete. And there is a lot of reinforcement inside. And wherever there is reinforcement, there is bound to be corrosion, especially after like 100 years. And in entire Rashtrapati Bhavan, this has really become a very point of concern that how to tackle that, because these are the petals and typically 2-meter cantilever portion, and like that there are 1600 different size of petals, and you can see the condition. If you see from top, they were cracking, the chunks were falling. So this was the condition of petals. So now you can see that this is not stone or brick, it is a proper reinforced lime concrete, and naturally we know that pH of lime concrete is low and they put steel into it, so naturally it led to progressive corrosion. In fact, at 2 a.m. at night, one big chunk of concrete fall just behind the bedroom of Rashtrapati ji, and that was a really point of concern, and then they really thought that we have to do something. Before that, they still were doing something, but all were just temporary repairs, and they kept on repairing and chunks kept on following. And you know, a lot of dignitaries and a lot of VVIP moments are happening there, and they can't afford to have this type of unsafe condition, and they really thought that let's do something. So condition was really bad. I'll just show you few more photographs. So chunks were following from different areas. They were identifying, they were marking, but it was endless, means it was happening on regular basis. So top 2 meter of cantilever chhajja showed distress pattern in multiple locations. Underlying corrosion has caused substantial damages in bottom of the petal, leading to loss of large chunk of concrete, and naturally reduction in stiffness, thereof visible deflection also in chhajjas. So this was the problem statement. Like you have this 1.2 kilometer lime concrete chhajja, it's called sunshades also, casted in 1912 and 1929, severely distressed because of corrosion, and the sunshade is around 2 meter cantilever and 20 meter high from the ground, and large chunk were falling, and all CPWD was doing some quick fix, but those quick fixes were not working. Like they were really struggling with that type of issues. So naturally, like any heritage person think that we have to restore this, and while restoring it, initially it was decided that they formed the committee of 5 IITs, CBRI and INTAC was also there. So this big panel of experts were there, almost 17-18 different experts there, and IIT Madras was leading the efforts. And naturally they decided that we cannot demolish this, we have to restore this. So that's how CPWD floated the tender based on that, and they said that we can control the corrosion using cathodic protection system, and we can only damage areas we can restore with polymer modified mortars or lime mortars, and
by cathodic protection, we can stop the further corrosion. And I was told that area of concern is like this fountain, which you can see at top. Water, there were fountains there are fountains which now they stop, where water flows and water finds its ways over the chhajja, and that's how they were continuously wet, and that was really propagating the rate of corrosion, and that's how we could see that corrosion has really aggravated, and that's when at least they stopped using those fountains, but damage was already done. So as I said, initially it was decided to just restore the chhajjas without demolishing anything. So that's how scheme was envisaged by National Center for Safety of Heritage Structure, IIT Madras, and this was like original construction, and then it was decided to remove only weak patches, and they were categorized as minor repair first. So in case of minor repairs, you just built up the section and built up the profile manually. Then for major repairs, it was decided that you just make this type of formwork, and you pour the concrete, pourable concrete, and just recast these petals by using this type of rebar, and so this type of detailing was done. And naturally, we have to introduce galvanic anode to stop the corrosion of reinforcement. So this was the original scheme envisaged at the time of just before the construction. So this was the original concept, where we have to give scaffolding. In case of scaffolding, it was decided how we can do the scaffolding, because if you put permanent scaffolding, it will damage the look. So we thought of different ways how we can protect the facade and the beauty of facade. Can we camouflage? Then what approach can be taken for repairing bottom portion and top portion. So very conventional type of thing with modern cathodic protection was envisaged. Means you chip the concrete, clean the reinforcement, put additional steel, make the section using thixotropic mortar, and from top again same thing, but there we have to do first corrosion survey. Like we have to first establish rate of corrosion, and based on rate of corrosion and depending on that, we have to decide number of anodes we need to put. Again, we have to connect top bar and bottom bar for cathodic protection. So that was also have to be done using GPR scanning. And once we all do that, we put up the anodes. We have to just cover the chhajja with thixotropic mortar and waterproofing coating. So this was the initial case. Different scaffolding options were worked out, like this, or hanging, or we worked on this type of hanging scaffolding also. But we cannot take any support from existing structure. So we ruled out this type of hanging scaffolding there, and very conventional type of scaffolding, but self-supporting scaffolding without taking support from the existing vertical face was so self-supporting, almost four-legged system was envisaged. And there was a lot of local nuisance, so some were good, so we could get a lot of peacocks while construction, so they were the good guests, but there are a lot of nuisance from monkeys. So a lot of monkeys used to encroach the area, and we have to take care of that. So then Rashtrapati Bhavan offered us the help of their zoologist, who used to make.
That is also the problem with South Block.
Oh yeah. But they have one zoologist who creates some sound, and he makes sure that monkeys are not there. So they take his services whenever a lot of monkey attack is there. So we have to take care of that. Then aesthetics of the building, especially the areas where VVIP moment is there and Rashtrapati's personal area, where this scaffolding was pretty eyesore. They wanted to cover. So initially they were not happy with this green look. So they said that what can be done. So we did this type of camouflaging. So I think it's very popular in Europe that you will not find any restoration is done without camouflaging. Though in India we cover it in with very dirty clothes. But here at least special area we use this type of camouflaging, and so scaffolding was erected, and over that this camouflaging was done, and inside we were working. So at least aesthetically it looked good. So this is the area where Rashtrapati stays. So in that area we did this type of camouflaging. And this is the initially, as I said, we were asked to do initial pilot. So in that pilot, like we did this, identify the weak area, and wherever damage is up to 20 to 25 mm, we just chip it out and make it section using thixotropic material. So cleaning the reinforcement, application of rust converter, wherever bar diameter has lost, we have to add additional bar. And as I said, wherever this type of part damage were there, section were supposed to build with thixotropic mortar. And then cathodic protection was a major part, and for that we need to find out what is the rate of corrosion. So this is a Galvapulse machine which we are using, so that indicates the rate of corrosion which is happening inside the this chhaja. And based on this rate of corrosion, we have to decide on number of anodes. So this was the layout of anode, and you can see that this is the reinforcement. This all are being a cantilever. This was the main reinforcement. So we have to connect this main reinforcement, and then this is a series of anodes. These anodes were again connected separately, and this reinforcement was connected separately and entirely taken to this box, and then it was connected outside. And we can really control the corrosion current there, based on the regular monitoring. So these were the fusion anodes. Depending on rate of corrosion, there was system 1 and system 2. So again, this hybrid corrosion protection system was designed by IIT Madras. And naturally there was no drawing available, and we don't know what is the spacing of reinforcement. So to locate the reinforcement for cathodic protection, we need to do GPR scanning, and this GPR scanning gave us the exact bar location. So we have to mark this bar location on the top, and then drill the holes to connect top reinforcement and bottom reinforcement, because unless they are not connected, I cannot complete my galvanic cell for cathodic protection. So then these are the location of anodes. So this is a part of pilot study, where we have just cut the grooves to insert our anodes. You can see it graphically also here. And these are the anodes. These anodes were connected to all the anodes were connected like this. You can see this purple color anode and this reinforcement inside, and these are the connectors. So entire system was connected in a monitoring boxes to monitor the long-term corrosion effect. And these are the monitoring boxes which were taken on the wall. So behind the chhaja, after certain intervals, we have kept this type of monitoring boxes. And I'm all talking about this pilot test. And once our anode fixation work is done, overlay was done to cover the whole work for waterproofing point of view. And this is a final view after doing pilot studies. And zoning was carried out because we cannot get entire Rashtrapati Bhavan in one go. So depending on their advanced schedule, entire area was divided in different zones in phases. So this is phase 1, and in phase 1 these 13 zones were given to us, and accordingly we planned our schedule. So this is the work during pilot test. So we have removed a lot of overlays was done actually there initially also to avoid leakages and all. And but we found very different challenges, because what happened, this pilot was decided in 2017, and this tender were called in 2020. So again in these 3 years there were a lot of damages, and whatever was decided, and so 5 years back they decided the scheme, and after 2 years they did the pilot, and after 3 years they started actual work. So during these 5 years there was enormous damage to the structure already done. So when we actually started the work, we found condition was very, very delicate. Means
And as a contractor, we have to give a 10 years warranty to entire repair, that if something happen, we will be held responsible. And corrosion is very tricky thing, means giving warranty of this type of important structure for 10 years, we are finding really difficult with this condition. So we actually, when we started the work, we found that Chhaja just collapsing on its own, just with light material movement and man movement and with little bit dynamic load, things are just falling on its own. So as we say that man proposes but God disposes, so I have just changed it like consultant proposes and engineer disposes, and that's the ground reality. Like means that's why I call that this retrofitting is a process of reverse engineering. We can't sitting in an office. We have to closely interact with the site. We have to see what is happening at site, and then only we have to come up with the process. So we were square one. Whatever 5-year studies was done went in vain, and we have to really give a practical solution because we are already on board with contract, and we said that with this we cannot give 5-year warranty. You have to change the scheme. Like at least concrete is so weak that we can't do anything there. And with due respect that we have to use same materials and all, but condition, we acted so late that that patient was already in coma. So and then decided that let's rebuild the sections. Like again they said that let's do it in, again do a one pilot, that weather is really bad, and at least do a mock-up for rebuilding. So for that they said that you have to support the Chhajas, and you can see the condition. It is just falling on its own, but still we have to support the old reinforcement. And yes, as a heritage mandates that we have to use maximum of old material. So naturally they said that you use all the old material of steel, means don't cut the steel, just use whatever steel we have. We found that almost 25 to 30% steel has gone. So barring that, we could use rest of the 75%. So again, these petals are very unique. All whatever petals you see here are unique. Means especially this type of Chhaja sloping downwards in curve shape with bend in between. So all these petals are very unique. And mandate was that even if you are recasting, you have to maintain the same shape of the petal. And as I said, that total 1.2 kilometer of perimeter, and there are 1600 petals. So we have to reproduce all these 1600 petals without any drawing. So what to do, means because there is no drawing available, so this detailed drawing of petals were not available. So we have to make formwork so that it will capture the exact size. So then we have to use modern technology like 3D LiDAR. So 3D LiDAR helped us in capturing the exact shape. So before demolishing, we have to do this 3D LiDAR survey. And through this 3D LiDAR survey, we could capture the exact shape of the Chhaja. And you can see that these are not conventional geometry. They are very artistic curves, and also capturing that manually was very difficult. So we use this type of 3D LiDAR, and it gives you a 3D coordinate system, and then one with actual color. And then we can convert whole this thing to a 2D drawing on AutoCAD. So whole this data of 3D LiDAR can be taken in AutoCAD, and we can create the drawing. So that's using that we created the formwork. So this entire data was taken on AutoCAD, and we could create the 2D and 3D drawings for all the petals. So each petal, unique petal, was reproduced using this. Again, if we have used traditional formwork, it was taking a hell lot of time, because again making the formwork to that shape and in that given small time was very difficult. So we were looking for something which is very lightweight and at the same time it is stiff. So that's when we introduced that let's use FRP Chhajas. So FRP Chhajas, you know, are lightweight also, and we can offer the given stiffness. So we make this basic mold or this basic mold of plywood, and then we created this custom built FRP formwork, and with that we made this exact shape for the our Chhaja.
So you can see this right from the mold to fixing of GFRP, and then this is the final product which is brought to the site. And it was numbered, and exact number were fixed at given location there. And then we started demolishing the weak portion, and we found that almost most of the portions are in very bad shape. So sunset were well beyond the state of repair, hence breaking and recasting was to be done, retaining the existing rebar. After supporting the sunshade on temporary wood beams, a controlled demolition was done, so that at least behind that your stones are protected. And it was done in piecewise manner. Naturally we cannot attack entire chhajja, so it was broken in piecewise. And as I said, client and all the heritage committee requirement was that you have to retain the steel. So you can see the steel is being retained, but you can see the level of corrosion. So it was really bad. Means you can see in between there is no steel bar left in this type of region. So naturally we can't expect much in those areas. It was just a free fall of the concrete. So existing reinforcement were corroded. So wherever it's possible it was retained, but wherever required extra bar were added with anchor, with chemical anchor. So these are the portions which are broken, and these bars were clean and sandblasted. Then this FRP formwork was put in place. You can see this with respect to our drawings. We provided this formwork in exact position. And you can see that this type of scaffolding, then camouflage, and once we provide the formwork, clean the reinforcement, we started applying additional steel by encouraging, and then placing of anode. So once we placed the anode, we casted it with concrete, and then after 28 days of curing, all anodes are electrically connected so that they will start discharging reverse current, which will control the corrosion. So this is the layout of anodes. Depending on this requirement of reinforcement density, we this is again, I am not discussing much about cathodic protection, but we can discuss it later. So these are the anodes. You can see this all once we break the damage, chhajja, clean the reinforcement, add additional steel, fix the formwork, then fix the anodes. And then again, if we see with current structural design, it was a 2-meter overhang chhajja, and for that and with conventional concrete, if you have conventional concrete, depth was much more, and there was no question that we have to maintain same shape, that means same depth. So with that conventional heavy concrete, we cannot maintain that type of depth because dead load was going up. So then it was decided to use lightweight concrete. So we can reduce the density almost by 30%. We use the lightweight structural concrete. But their requirement was very specific, so we have to use lightweight aggregate, but we have to design the mix, and we have to design the mix for this requirement, like it should be M40 grade, and for durability it should have a slag or fly ash. Well graded lightweight sinter fly ash aggregate were proposed. To take care of cracking, we use basalt fiber at the dosage of 3 kg per cubic meter, and specification wise recommended density was 1650 kg per cubic meter, which we could get. 28-day strength was 20 MPa and 7-day compressive strength was 15 MPa for de-shuttering, because we cannot keep it shuttered for 28 days, so we have to de-shutter it early. Modulus was given for controlling the deflection. It was 20 GPa. Because we are using a lot of cathodic protection, so surface resistivity was also mentioned, and slum naturally to avoid segregation. So all this concrete was specially designed, And at the same time, we should get in small batches, because getting RMC and that machine was very difficult. So it has to be packed in bag, pre-packed bag. And so it was very challenging to get that. So we could get ready-made bags of this type of concrete, and for that we have to keep dedicated vehicle which used to ferry the concrete from plant to site, and that has to be well coordinated effort so that material should reach within the initial set time of the concrete, and a lot of police formalities for getting the material in, but we could manage it well with the support of Rashtrapati Bhavan staff. So these are the central aggregate which were used, and as you can see that this type of lightweight concrete means was provided in bags, and that was poured in the fob. But still we could get a good saving with 2400 and 1600 like either. But we could save the depth, because that way we could save a lot.
But for aeronatic protection, the material you have introduced,
Yeah.
part you have introduced.
Yeah.
Was it of compatible position?
Yes. Yeah, that's why we have to give all that details for that.
Because
So,
that will also.
yeah. So this is like then after this is a curing, and after that we painted the petals. So now it look like sandstone. But again, as I said, it is not sandstone. It is a man-made material. There they use. I think Luton must have experimented RCC then. So he used only in Chhajja type of element. So this was the condition before, and we could restore the condition after. So these are the photographs while working. Once we are done with the casting, we used to remove the shuttering and do the coating using regular sky lift, so that there is no hindrance for the VIP movement. So these are the sections. We got first award for this restoration for ACI India chapter, and as just one small video which will give you summary of all the project.
Hello. Card number 1365 Alto is placing in place of courtyard. The backside car cannot out from that. So who is the owner of that card number 1365 Alto? Kindly remove the car so that the backside car can be taken out from that position, because he will have to be go to his house. Card number 1365 Alto card.
Open is final. So these are the videos. Means this is the just sum up of the summary of the thing. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
नहीं forget about it. It is something. Just close it.
Yeah, then it will just 2 minutes video. It will get showing us.
No, only sound is not coming.
Sound is not coming.
Why? What happened? Sound is not coming.
Anyway, there's not much there. So
आपको sound थोड़ा देखना है.
this pop-up, design pop-up. They've lost the anchorage. Microfine cements were grounded. Then connectivity is very important, so we need to ensure connectivity before fixing the anodes. High modular sourly strength structural weight lightweight concrete. Structural grade lightweight concrete. Curing. Demolding the shuttering. With the grooves, waterproofing footing, and then bending. Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Just a minute. You see, we will take your question after the three speakers. এই দাদা একটু পরে এই তিনজনে হয়ে গেলে তারপর আমরা নেব, হ্যাঁ একসঙ্গে নেব। No, he will not go. Thank you very much, Mungesh, for coming from Mumbai, all the way from Mumbai. We met long back after Sikkim earthquake, and there we shared a few jobs. He did some job, and I was also involved in some jobs. Anyway, now I'll request my another Dada, because he is my bhai, and I'll call my Dada, Bishwadip Sen. Previously his company was Caltech, and he is also involved in different projects in Puri Temple and some churches here. And here I would like to also mention that at the age of 86, Professor A.P. Gupta, who was associated with the Puri Temple job, he is here. So he is my teacher. When I was in IIT Kharagpur, he was my teacher. So I will just request, sir, you please. Sir, apni So just imagine at the age of 86, so he is attending this kind of workshops. Anyway, starting. So now Bishwida, please take the mic.
Chairman sir, do we start? Let it fix. Good evening. I'm Bishwadip Sen. I start with a small apology. I am not a civil engineer by qualification. I did a lot of other things, maybe. And I'm devoted to restoration, repair, waterproofing, concrete technology and all that. And I'm fortunate that I learned the subject from many stalwarts. Just saw Professor A.P. Gupta. There was one D.K. Banerjee, Dilip Kumar Banerjee, a long time back, Kunish Roy, and many such. And also great contribution from Indian Concrete Institute. From there I started doing heritage structure because I had to repair and waterproof many structures in Calcutta which are with old materials. So I entered into. I'm basically a field man. Though I try to interact with the learned people, the academia, including coordination for the research work, new materials, selection of materials. I've been involved in some of the PhD thesis work indirectly as external aid and number of MTech students. So this is Kunarak, Sun Temple Kunarak, World Heritage, 1250 around constructed. This is a conceptual drawing of Kunarak, drawn by Percy Brown, who was the head of Victoria Memorial. This is the plan. Go ahead. This is very interesting. This is a Bhurjapatra drawing, palm leaf, miniature. This is the main temple. And there are 5 such palm leaf documents were found. One Sadashiva Rasasama, he got it from, and they wrote a book. But there were a lot of hue and cry that it's fake. But after examining these documents, it appears that you have to be a genius to create such a fake document. It has history, it has mythology, it has technology, it has material technology, and whatnot. But there is one problem, that is, all these Bhurjapatra manuscripts, documents, they are rewritten every 100 years. So whoever is the main author earlier, or after 100 years, whoever is doing the copy, he may have put some of his own thoughts like that. So these are debatable, but you get, this is elevation along with the plan with the position of sun and moon, which used to be very important for the then Sthapatis. Next. This is the Bhurjapatra structural drawing basic. These are in Odia, some of them are also in Sanskrit. Next. Next. This is as per Shilpo Sharni. There have been a lot of texts, Odishan architecture for the, and there this is, this drawing is there. The English translation have been made by Alice Bonner. It's a little tilted. It gives the foundation details also. Go ahead. Next. This is what Ferguson saw in 1800, 1850 or so. Part of the tower was still there. Next. This is a traveler's guide book. It's quite beautifully drawn and gives a lot of details. So just picked up. Again, coming back to Shilpa Sarini, the Odishan architectural text.
Your voice is not audible. You are not audible.
Oh, just no problem. This is Shilpa Sarini text you just see that elevation and section both are shown there, which is very interesting. And in those days, more than 700. Next. This is what the PWD, and I repeat, sir, for the all PWD people, this was Bengal PWD, Puri Circle. That time it was only one PWD. They did all the job. They have put stone inside the Jagamohan to safeguard it, and from the top, that arrow or there from the drill a hole and put sand to support the roof and the structure. Next. Top is photograph and bottom two are from Burjaputras. Next. This is again the plan put on a graph sheet. Shilpa Sareni. This is the condition. Next. Next. Ashida. Now, I've circulated a yellow paper in which a write-up have been given about how to tackle a heritage structure. Few points have been made. With that, there is a sheet by Intact which gives what are the charters available in the country and internationally and nationally. And third is a short write-up on structure analysis, basically mathematical modeling, which is one of the greatest tools these days which are being used by the structural engineers and heritage restorers, which is a new subject altogether. So I hope you have seen that. Chalo, go ahead. So I'm not repeating the text. This is, this was Colosseum, another view top of the Colosseum, where you make a structural analysis, make a mathematical model, and you can see the stress levels, the forces flowing, and take decision. When you do a model, you assume a lot of things. Like in Jagannath or Konark, there is no mortar. It's only friction and the weight. So what value you will take? You are getting one, but inside the core, 5-meter wide core, you don't know. So these are the problems. You make a model, very rough, but it gives some idea. Now the second task is you keep on revising the model, optimizing the model. You do experiments, do testing, and those data you have to put in so that your model becomes better, model becomes same as the actual structure. Then you are in a position to take decisions. It's a year-long process, it's months together, years together people are doing. I have the privilege of working and going for a training in Italy. These models are Professor Crosis. He is the professor of Rome in Rome University. Next. Something similar models. Where the flow of forces and the stress levels. Next. Fast. All these are mathematical models just to show you. For this, a lot of testing are done. This is sonic tomography. Next. This is endoscopy being done. Next. Now, with this background, I showed you mathematical model. I come to Jagannath temple. This is what you see. The main temple was deplastered the day old. Next. This is how, when the deplastering was being done, they put a 450 mm thick plaster, lime plaster, but not one, layer after layer. Next. This is the top Amlako, there is some detailing done, measurements done for restoration. Next. This is the main temple and a section of that. Next. There is a ventilator. This is interesting. The model I was talking about, Professor A.P. Gupta, IIT Kharagpur and Sriman Bhattacharya and their team, mainly two persons, they tried to make some mathematical models for Jagannath temple and also for Konarak. Initially it was in a preliminary stage. They did infer a lot of things. So in the finite element analysis, they had to do discrete element analysis. These are dry masonry. The stone masonry is dry. So blocks are conceived. You don't know inside, whatever is the core, what is the block size, what is the friction. Next. This is a space frame that was put in the panic of Jagannath temple, stainless steel, to hold the collapse, localized collapse. This entire space frame cannot take the entire load of the Jagannath temple. Next. These are the details of the space frame. It's in 316 stainless steel, welded there only. Next. So I conclude here for Jagannath temple. This is Bhopal, Moti Masjid. Moti Masjid. See? Chalo. Next. This is great photograph. This is Sir Bernard Filden, head of the UNESCO conservation team, architect, chief architect of Ovaru. He was there. Today he is no more, but he is a great conservation architect, written books. In the middle white is Nawab Pataudi, who is Nawab Bhopal also, Amitabh Beg, and this side is Rajat Ray. So they were there and they had given invaluable information. This is a pilot project in Calcutta. Pilot project in Calcutta, Metropolitan Building. The pilot was done, then entire facade was done. These are the testing and matching of the mortars that are being done inside. Even the masons had to be trained. They will be good. Next. This is Itonda, a temple in Itonda. Here the problem was there was a big tree. Big tree. Chalo. Itonda. Yeah. Chalo. Now I go to Victoria Memorial. Go ahead. This is again a traveler guide photograph. These are the drawings. There are 800 drawings done by the architects and junior architects, which is there in India Office Library. Chalo, next. William Emerson. This is the foundation plan, where at that time reinforcement was given like a grillage, diagonal, not exactly the way we give today. Next. For your information, entire Victoria Memorial is a RCC structure with cladding, with brickwork. They are in brickwork and lime concrete, lime surki, lime sand. Next, chalo jao, run. These are the dam zone, distress zones. Marble, 44,829 cubic meter of marble was used. Go ahead. Pure white Italian marble was used for the sculptures. This is very interesting. In Victoria Memorial, the roof is back. Is this kind of terracotta chovita? This is the brick they made, hollow brick, made in Kolkata. And this is the detail of the roof. Next. Run through. These some of the cost details. Chalo. Yes. Chalo yaar. Victoria chhoro. Next क्या है Bengal? अच्छे তুমি চাইলে আছে ছেড়ে দাও পরে চলো নেক্সট পরে কি আছে না ভিক্টোরিয়া ছেড়ে দাও এগিয়ে যাও কত কম নেই ও আধ ঘন্টা হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে এগিয়ে যাও This is Guptu Nivas in Boranagar, down under ISI. This is in suspended animation for quite some time. This is where Rabindranath Tagore, Jawaharlal Nehru, Abanindranath Tagore and Prashant Mahal Nevis, they decided that Jana Gana Mana will be the national anthem. This is how Abanindranath stayed in last 10 years of his life and worked. There was a big tree that had to be killed, and the solution came from burner, some chemical from UK, and it worked. Not only here, but also in Itonda temple. This is the condition of this. Start only. Drawing চলো ঝাট করে আনো এটা দেখতে হবে চলো কয়েকটা মিউজিয়ামে চলে আসো একটু মিউজিয়ামে চলে আসো 2 মিনিটে দেখিয়ে ছাড়ো বার করে দাও তাড়াতাড়ি
পেনড্রাইভ করো এই পেনড্রাইভ দাও
ঠিক আছে
Thank you, Vishwida.
Okay, thank you.
And you have done a lot, huge work. It is very difficult to present everything within half an hour or 45 minutes. But still then he tried his best and presented the most important aspects of the old buildings. And now I will request Sangamita Di is an ex-professor from IIT Kharagpur, And another thing is that he is a member of this Heritage Committee of Government of West Bengal, and he has got a vast knowledge on conservation. So many of you are waiting for her lecture because conservation is the most important thing, and unless we understand those things, it's difficult to convince the higher level. And maybe after that structural considerations, material, all these things are coming, altogether the success is coming. So I hope, Sanghavitra, please come.
এটা চলছে
I'm good.
এটা অপারেট করছে না
আপনার কোনটা
ওই উপরেরটা দিন
এটা হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ এটা ডেস্কটপে আছে তো
না এটা ডেস্কটপে নেই
ডেস্কটপ তো
ডেস্কটপে করে দেবো
হ্যাঁ নাহলে স্লো হয়ে যাবে
আচ্ছা দাঁড়ান আমি দেখছি
ওই ছেলেটিকে দাও
না ও পারে না ও তো অপদার্থ এখান থেকে আপনি পাবেন
প্রেজেন্টেশন মোডে আছে তো
দেখছি আমি দাঁড়ান এখান থেকে মুশকিল দিদি আপনার এরকমই আসছে আপনি করে নিন একটু কন্টিনিউ
ইয়ে হচ্ছে না আচ্ছা
ঠিক আছে
এখানে এটাতে
এই
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, the organizers, Professor Somnath Ghosh, Mr. Baisak, and Professor A.P. Gupta, for inviting me. When I was invited, I told that I'm feeling very privileged, but on a personal reason why I'm so delighted to get this invitation. But before that, what I will talk about basically that before the restoration, I'm not a civil engineer, but before, am I audible? So, why do we preserve? Though these are tangible, built heritage is tangible, but until and unless we know why we preserve, we cannot really take the proper measures. And that only decides what should be preserved and which ones. That is the topic generally. I will discuss some of the projects which are involved with. Vishwadip also was involved and in one of the projects. But before that, I would like to say a personal note. I'm very personally, emotionally happy to get this invitation because my father was a very active member of Institute of Engineers. And I remember my childhood when the centenary celebration of Institute of Engineers was done. That was the first event of Robindra Sadan. He was in charge of the cultural organization. He was a good photographer. And these are some of the pictures from our album when the Institute of Engineers party was there. There are many. Now, for me, this is very personal value. So for me, this is a heritage because of my father's association, this photograph. And maybe to the Institute of Engineers, some of them also, because they are very old members who are no longer there. My father would have been more than 100 years. Now, so this is my personal memory, which I'm treasuring, and it creates a nostalgia. But when we talk about heritage, it's also memory. It's a collective memory. Depending on the situation, it may be a memory of an organization, memory of a city, memory of a family, memory of a nation, or memory of world. When we are talking, Shantiniketan is going to be a World Heritage, is declared in September. So it is now a common property of the entire nation, entire world, entire humankind, for which it is being valued. It is recognized, it is always valued, but it is recognized. So this is the crux of why we preserve heritage, because of this memory, which is intangible. Now, Victoria Memorial, when Mr. Alapan Babu said that it is Lord Curzon, he actually started the ASI movement in India. Victoria Memorial was done to commemorate Queen Victoria's accession to the throne. That was the original purpose. But now you see that it is hosting show dance, folk dance. Last year I attended a drama for a global idea where all the Southeast Asian countries, all the youngsters, they had workshop and they had in Victoria Memorial. So a structure which was designed for a purpose has leaving its life because of changing value, changing interpretation. And so in that context, heritage preservation is a management of continuity and change. If you don't understand that, we won't be able to intervene on a heritage structure. So heritage, because basically is a continuity of a useful life in a durable fabric. These are the key words of a heritage. Now, ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, protects the heritage structure. They put that blue board and takes great care of those. But this is nothing compared to the heritage we have. And when I'm mentioning heritage, it's not only the monuments, it's the everyday heritage, the heritage which belongs and has value to different communities, different groups, different people. And the built structures are a manifestation of this intangible value and the collective memory. It's already explained that it was founded by Alexander Cunningham, and John Marshall actually appointed as the Director General in 1902. So the principle or observation which Marshall said are still valid today. Hypothetical restorations were unwarranted. You cannot say that conjecture, it was probably like that and that's why I'm restoring it, unless they were essential to the stability of the building. So it is like an old person. We want to prolong their life. It's like our old grandmother, grandfather, old parents. We continue their life as long as they can to keep them healthy and take care of them, not only of their health, but mental. So they have to be useful to the society. Otherwise, they feel neglected. So similarly, like an old building, and every original member of the building should be preserved intact, and demolition and reconstruction should be undertaken only if the structure could not be otherwise maintained. We have just seen the example that they tried in the first go to preserve the original one. Only when they found that there is no other option, then so there is a degree of intervention. We don't do the surgery at the first go. We first give a medicine, we do investigation, then we see the final one is the amputation. Okay, so there are degrees of intervention even for a heritage structure to do the minimum. Every restoration of carved stone, carved wood, or plastic molding should be undertaken only if artisans were unable to attain the excellence of the old. And that is our living heritage. All the artisans are there and they can also create. And that way their skill, their craft continues and we preserve the intangible heritage. And these are so linked together. We cannot do tangible heritage without thinking the intangible heritage. And in no case should mythological or other scenes be recreated. So there are certain ethics of conservation, and each case is very unique. It is not a formula like we treat a patient according to the constitution of patient, the doctors do that. So each building is structured, each area has its own constitution, requirements, needs, and health. And health means also all types of activities, and that should be taken care of. Mr. Sen talked about Konarak. I'll just see one example of Konarak. Konarak, where the restoration is done, I'll just mention some of the measures to explain this point. Konarak, we know that the major Garbhagriha collapsed. Now, there are the will of the thing has been restored, not by recreating but assembling the major parts, and now it is shown that they have an integrate measurement system, and so the original things were kept as usual wherever it was found. It was called anastylosis, and they could have rebuilt the original structure. They haven't. Now when you go there, if you see those horses, the part of the horses were available on the ground. The technique is available, the craftsmanship is available to recreate the horses. There were options. The horse's head could have been left on the ground. Now what they have done, they have raised the horse's head on not so good looking wooden poles. Why? Why they raise it from the ground? Why they couldn't leave it there? Why they didn't reconstruct? Because to keep the authenticity. And why they raised the horse's head? Because the structure, and to do that whatever is required, it has done. So I think I really appreciate the ASI's intervention in this way. So when you understand why it has been done, otherwise you say, oh, it's so ugly, why they didn't rebuild the horse? They could have done that, they could have kept that in the museum, they could have done it with fiberglass. No, the original portion is there, and this is what should be understood. But it also said replacement of missing or decayed parts must integrate harmoniously, whole with whole but clearly distinguishable. So when you see that they have done the missing parts, so from far you can't make much difference. But when you come closer, they haven't done the curvings, because if they would have done the curvings, it would have looked like original. It is a falsification. So it shows that okay, it is more or less gives the idea, but it is not there. Patra, which is that is an ASI protected monument. I'm talking about Patra in Midnapur, where you can see that this the columns collapse. It was required necessary to reconstruct the columns. Why? Because it was the supporting structure. And when they have reconstructed the columns, it's again done by ASI. Very well done. They haven't put the curvings on the terracotta panels. Neither they have put the curvings on the brick. The brick has been left vacant to show that it is a later restoration project. They had the skill, but that authenticity, that truthfulness, that authenticity is a basic part of any restoration measure. This is from the Museum of Rome, where you have seen the same thing, that the arches, whichever material is available, they have reconstructed, reassembled the arches, but to give the idea, they have put it on the iron columns or iron framework, so that the concept of arch is very clear for the interpretation and the presentation. Now, I will discuss some of the projects which I personally was involved with. One is my first project after I came back as a trained conservation architect from New York, is the Prinsep Ghat Memorial. I insisted on retaining the name Prinsep Ghat because it was the original use. This is from the book, it was done with Intac. This was the book which was published on that occasion, entirely sponsored by Intac and given it to Public Works Department. But when you go there, you won't do that. Now, why wasn't it? It's a colonial structure. It was a ghat, first ghat, where the then prince landed. The river was close by. It was a colonnade structure. Why was it important? Because it was important because it was done by the local people after James Prinsep passed away to commemorate his contribution, what Alapan Babu said, because he was the one who deciphered the Brahmi script, and because of his deciphering the Brahmi scripts, we came to know that Ashoka was a real historical figure. He was not a myth. So of his many contributions, this contribution to unearth the history, the glory of India, was there when he passed away and contributed. So it's not a colonial structure only. It was not by East India Company or the British Raj. The contribution was there by the local craftsmen. The money was there, all the things. So this was Ashokan Calyx, and this was the contribution. So its use was, this was a landing card. It was a commemoration to the Jain Princeps, and because of his things. Now, I will explain that it was lying in a very dilapidated condition, and the major cause was neglect. When the second Hooghly Bridge was being done, it was not accessible. So its inaccessibility made it so deteriorated, and this was the stage that when it was all moss, fungus, there was a forest on the roof. It was a flat ceiling, so there was a forest. We had to climb up and cleaned it, and this was the ceiling. It was broken, but majority of the materials were there, the beams and other thing. I won't explain in very detail because there's so much to discuss. And there were this cross rafter, wooden cross rafter. So what we decided, talk about, there was a dampness. That was a major problem because the roof was in a bad shape. It was vegetation growth, the roots were penetrating into the structure and the main structural beams. So we had to, because the PWT was covering with, it was a flat tiles, terracotta tiles, the roof, the original traditional method. It was covered with, what do you call it, covered with, না কনক্রিট না, এটা ওই যে এটা দিয়ে করে সুরকি, তো অরিজিনালি সুরকি, এখন যেটা দেয় না anyway, getting old, certain names suddenly disappear. The columns were fluted columns. The original bricks were maintained like that, but they were in such state. So we had done a lot of investigation. The major purpose was to find out the reason, and again, minimum intervention. So Bernard came, he was also there with us, giving us the guidance, and there were volutes. These very ionic columns, there were volutes. Now you can see some volutes were lying on the floor. Why did it happen? Because over the years, some of the volutes were missing, and PWT tried to recreate those volutes with concrete. And when they were originally with lime concrete and shurki, and when the volutes were in concrete, they fell, and when they fell, they took the original material along with them. So some of the volutes were missing. So what we did is that we tried to keep the major beams. There were certain insertions we gave where the portion was bad. We tried to insert a new portion, use the modern technique definitely. The original small cross rafters couldn't be done in timber. It was done in the same proportion with the steel members, and so that wherever modern technology is required, it was tested, but predominantly it was done with lime, shurki, and the roof was again entirely redone with the traditional method. This is how the volutes were reconstructed. They were put in situ with the original method, and if you go there. So there, I quickly go there. It was an entire process of 1 year when it was handed over to PWT. This was my first project. So when I used to come from Kharagpur to Calcutta, I used to look at that. Suddenly one day I found that there was a lot of light within the structure. And I looked closely, I found there is a, and I used to come and I saw it was not maintained. So during the monsoon, we took a lot of care to make the drainage system very good, but there was a lot of dampness, again the leakage, and we saw that PWT has started demolishing the traditional roof with the terracotta tiles. Then Mr. Kapoor was there, reporting was done and there. So they said, no, it is not working, we'll mend with a concrete roof, RCC roof, So we had to convince, and ultimately it was done. They didn't, wherever there was a patch, because the lack of maintenance was the major problem. But if you go there even now, see, the in-tax name is no longer there. It is restored by Public Works Department. That doesn't matter, but the thing is that it is now well maintained. It has again become a symbol of Calcutta, but unfortunately you can't get into the memorial now because it is fenced all around. Dokhineshwar temple, where he was there, he later came in. It was a Navaratna temple terrace, and we were called in the different groups from ASI, State Archaeology, IIT Kharagpur. কতক্ষণ 7:30? হ্যাঁ কি হ্যাঁ শেষ করে দেবো মাথায় তো কিছুই বলা হবে না, আমি খুব তাড়াতাড়ি চলে যাচ্ছি। না দক্ষিণেশ্বর ছাড়া আমাকে আমি আধ ঘন্টা টাইম দিন আমাকে। So there was a crack which was found in the temple, and we found that a later addition, insertion of a mezzanine floor in a hidden chamber was the major reason. So we tried to do, and because of the hinge effect, that entire portion was collapsing, and we tried to do a pinning system. That also the owners didn't. And also we did the grouting to fill up the cracks. Fort William, there was a portion, it was a moat all around. There was a portion which was, they decided, there was a severe cracks on the column. They decided to demolish it. And we surveyed there. The diagnosis was that they later on added, there was severe, because from the ground level, one side it was double-storied, from the moat side it was three-storied, and they made a guest floor, and because of that there was a foundation problem. So we had to do a temporary support, column by column, and a column jacketing was done, and the foundation was widened to give the support. And aesthetically, it has not maintained the proportion that was due to different issues, but at least it was not demolished as it was originally supposed to be. So maintenance is one of the major problems, and this is a temple. আমি just 5 minutes শেষ করে দিচ্ছি। আমি 5 মিনিটে শেষ করে দিচ্ছি, আমি তাড়াতাড়ি বলছি না, সাবজেক্ট তো করছি। So you know that the owners, there are a lot of temples all around Bengal and many places, terracotta temples. The owners had the money in this case. They called somebody and they covered that with the synthetic enamel paint, the beautiful terracotta structures, and you see what is the effect of that, because it is like you have a skin and you covered the skin where the skin and the structure cannot breathe. So the damage will be much more and much more deep-rooted. So it is not, the intention was not bad, the money was not a problem, it was the knowledge and the technique that was differently called. So the vegetation, the dampness, the lack of maintenance are the major problems. This is from Kuch Bihar. And basically neglect and awareness is not there, that this cannot be taken as a new structures but the old structures. I'll not go into the details, so I'll say in Calcutta, there are a lot of structures. I'm not talking about monuments, Victoria Memorial and other, which are dilapidated. Shubodh Mullik's house and the other houses. Every day you see the structures are being demolished. Either they are graded in KMC or non-graded. Why? This is a graded structure which has been totally demolished. I mean, a neighborhood which has a characteristic. This is a Marwari hospital where the owner came, said that it's a graded structure. I will keep the facade and will make a 5-story structure inside, because the architecture aesthetics is the facade. But you see that inside is also, it is the architecture is the entire thing, is just not the case. And to understand that what it makes, is that it can't be done as a hospital, and it can be done. So, and also I'm saying the intention is good always. This is our Supreme Court. The escalator was required, but was it required to be in that way? There's a lift lobby which was added in the later way, and when I went there, I said, why? It was done, the bricks are done in fiberglass, and they copied the blinds. I said, why you had to do it, the reliability? You could have done it in a simple glass elevator. Said, no, I was honest. I was trying to copy the original and make it harmonious. And that is where the training awareness, doesn't matter that it is glass, only it should be harmonious. So these are the buildings, some of the buildings where it can be retrofitted with the modern amenities, other things, and can be a beautiful ambience created, commercially successful, more attraction value than a modern shopping center. Monish's Danish tavern, which all of us probably know that how beautifully a ruin has been reconstructed. Their people are coming and restoring and rehabilitating new buildings. Now Calcutta is a collective memory. You see that how the buildings are being converted into shopping malls without any regard to the heritage, just as a sake for heritage. And this is where Statesman House. Statesman is a legacy of Calcutta. It is now being converted into a shopping mall. And why? The facade is not the heritage, it's the entire institution is the heritage. Why it couldn't be made into a modern media hub? Statesman is not running, but why it couldn't be put to an use with the modern amenities and facilities, which is also a gallery or a things where children can come and see what Statesman was. So why to wipe out that collective memory from a city? These are different things. You know, see, we are talking about declaring heritage precincts. That doesn't mean that there cannot be new building, but the new building, new structure can be harmonious. That was London, and this is Berjipara. We still have so much of area heritage in there. Only we have to know that it is not just the development with a greed and unmindful way. There can be other options which also are sustainable. Sustainability is not the money. Sustainability is climate, green, total community things. So these are the things. So filling the gaps can be done. There are so many examples from all over the world. The new can come harmoniously. York, where I studied, there are layers of history, all are there coexisting. It doesn't mean that we have to be a frozen museum. It doesn't have to be. So I'm not going to read the takeaways, but this is Calcutta, our hog market or new market. A beautiful interior, beautiful structure. It hasn't affected by the earthquake. But now the engineers are coming and saying, no, it can't sustain. I have to demolish this structure. See, this is the interior of that structure, which sustains so many earthquakes. Only one has to see what was that building's repair, what was the building tools and techniques. We can't judge it from the context of a modern structure, RCC structure. We have to understand from that constitution. Thank you, and I would like to take this opportunity that under the SIAM, our NPTEL, which is a government of India, there's an online course on conservation. This is the 6th year which is running. It is free for everybody. It is for 8 weeks. On your own time, you can see that. If you need a certificate, only the assignments and appearing the exam is required, but that is not mandatory. It is starting from July again. Registration is open. It is a basic understanding of heritage. It will not make you an expert, but any one of you or anybody interested, please can check it that whether you can get. I couldn't share a lot of things I wanted to say, but thank you.
Thank you, Didi. Thank you very much. No, actually, slowly we are understanding that many things are there which probably we think, but exactly how to do it, but what is the exact condition of Mallik Bari, that also we don't know exactly. But now we have seen many photographs and slowly realizing that repairing is not a very easy task. It's a very challenging task. Now anyway, all the speakers, they have got enough material. They can discuss hours and hours. We can learn a lot from them. But unfortunately, you know, we have to always finish the program within time because everybody has to go home. Before that, they have to take dinner. So all these problems are there. So anyway, now I'll request Sanjay to provide a vote of thanks for this particular session.
The Institute is thankful to the speakers of the technical session. And now I would request P4 International Tank, Mr. Hemant Jain, and Jindal Steel and Power, Panther Steel, Mr. Vikram Narsaria, to please come up on the stage.
In the meantime, I would like to say the entire program which was the plan and design, our mentor advisor Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh, and out of his thinking we have thought that on heritage structures regarding the restoration, retrofitting and rehabilitation should be considered. So whatever we have thought for that, until he give us the idea, planning and all the eminent speakers name, proposal and other things, this seminar could not have to be a grand success. So kindly give a big applaud Professor Somnath Ghosh. Thank you. And I request Mr. Hemanjot kindly come on the dais and give his presentation. Thereafter, Mr. Vikram Narsaria of Jindal Steel and Power will give the presentation. Thereafter, our two eminent speakers is waiting for here, architect Anjan Mitra and engineer Mr. Tapan Bhattacharya, Deputy Superintendent, Archaeologist, Engineer of the Archaeological Survey of India, formerly just retired. Thank you.
Just 2 minutes. I'll just take 2 minutes. So you have got some question?
I've got some. So please. Actually, to all architects who has come here, regarding Mongesh, Dr. Mongesh, you have shown the President building.
Sir, excuse me, due to the paucity of time, kindly allow to speak Mr. Hemant Jain, because until and unless the sponsor support, we could not have to make the success. Okay, for only 2 minutes, not to more than of 2 minutes, because the time is behind schedule.
In restoring heritage status, you have to take safety into account, you know. Safety cannot be compromised. Safety cannot be compromised. So,
সাউন্ড ঠিক আছে, সাউন্ড চেক করো, মেন সাউন্ড আর কিছু না। হ্যালো হ্যালো, welcome everyone. I am very highly appreciated that I got the chance to give a presentation of our company and of our product at this big platform. So I welcome on behalf of Balaji Rotomolders Private Limited. We started our journey in 1998 and my father and uncle started the company, and we were a normal water tank company making normal water tanks of plastics or PVC, you can say. Outside layer black, inside layer white, which is ISI mark. You can say those were the days of old days where the cement tanks, or we can say plastic tank was introduced. So I will give some AV, show you some AV, and then I will give you the product descriptions. Show the AV.
সাল বালাজি রোটো মোল্ডার্সের উদ্দেশ্য ছিল সকল মানুষকে বিশুদ্ধ পানীয় জলের পরিষেবা দেওয়া। বাজারে আনলো আধুনিক প্রযুক্তির ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্ক, যার মধ্যে রয়েছে টেম্পারেচার কন্ট্রোল ক্ষমতা, পাশাপাশি খেয়াল রাখে শরীর স্বাস্থ্যেরও। 2001 সাল প্রযুক্তির নতুন সংযোজন এলো পি-ফোম হাইলি ইনসুলেটেড ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্ক। বাইরের তাপমাত্রা 45 ডিগ্রি ছুঁয়ে ফেললেও ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্কে পড়বে না কোনো প্রভাব। নর্মাল টেম্পারেচারেই স্টোর হবে ওয়াটার। অন্যদিকে নতুন P4 ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্ক জায়গা করে নিল সবচেয়ে বিক্রিত ট্যাঙ্ক হিসেবে। এমন এক ট্যাঙ্ক যার আয়ু 15 বছরেরও বেশি। বাজারে আলাদা স্থান পেয়েছে P4 কপার অ্যান্ড সিলভার এই দুই ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্ক। আসল ফিল্টার্ড কপার রয়েছে এই ট্যাঙ্কে। শুধু পরিশ্রুত জলই প্রদান নয়, কপার দূরে রাখে শ্যাওলা ছত্রাকও। অন্যদিকে সিলভার ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্কের জলে রয়েছে কপার, জিঙ্ক ছাড়াও নন লিঞ্চিং সিলভার আয়ন, যা প্রতিরোধ করে ব্যাকটেরিয়া এবং ভাইরাস।
लास्ट 25 इयर्स में सिर्फ पैसा कमाने का एम्बिशन नहीं रखा है, हमने इनोवेशन और एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ में रखा है। मेरा फ्यूचरिस्टिक प्लान यही है कि इस प्रोडक्ट को लेके सिल्वर P4 इंटरनेशनल और कॉपर P4 इंटरनेशनल, जो कि हमारा ट्रेडमार्क नेम हम लोगों ने दिया है, इसको लेके हमें आगे बढ़ना है। और हमारे ऑलरेडी 5 यूनिट चल रहे हैं और एक एक्सपेंशन आ रहा है PVC प्लम्बिंग पाइप्स का। उसको लेके हमें एक्सपेंशन मोड में जाना है, ग्लोबली काम करना है, नेशनली हर जगह प्रेजेंस रहना है।
এছাড়াও বালাজি রোটো মোল্ডার্স নিয়ে এসেছে কিচেন সামগ্রীর নতুন সম্ভার। স্টিল সিঙ্কের বৃহত্তম প্রস্তুতকারক হিসেবেও জায়গা করে নিয়েছে বালাজি রোটো মোল্ডার্স। লাক্সারি কিচেন এবং বাথ ফিটিংসে ভারতে তাদের জুড়ি মেলা ভার। জি24 ঘন্টা রিয়েল এস্টেট কনক্লেভ 2023-এ মোস্ট প্রেফার্ড লাক্সারি ওয়াটার ট্যাঙ্ক অ্যান্ড বাথ ফিটিংস ব্র্যান্ড ক্যাটাগরিতে সম্মানিত বালাজি রোটো মোল্ডার্স। তাদের সম্মান জানাতে পেরে আমরাও সম্মানিত।
নেক্সট AV।
सच की चमकती रंगत की ओर सेहत की जगमगाती ताकत की ओर शैतानी भरी मस्तियों की स्वच्छता की
P4 insulated water tanks, kitchen and bath fittings, शुद्ध पानी, स्वस्थ जीवन, P4 आजीवन।
कैप्टन, बहुत गर्मी है, चलना मुश्किल हो रहा है। यस कैप्टन, बहुत गर्मी है।
वर्ल्ड टूर पे निकले हो और गर्मी से घबरा रहे हो? हाँ, बॉयज, तुम लोग कहाँ हो?
ठंडी ठंडी पानी, बहुत मजा आ रहा है।
Introducing new Copper P4 International Water Tank with 5-layer buff and copper technology. Gives you filtered drinking water.
कॉपर P4 इंटरनेशनल। यह प्लास्टिक नहीं, कॉपर।
बहुत गर्मी है भाई, यार चल नहाते हैं।
कैसे खोल पाएगा बंदर?
नया organic P4 water tanks, double lid locking, D2LF technology, animals, birds, insects मुक्त। शुद्ध पानी आपके परिवार की सुरक्षा के लिए देती है organic P4 water tanks। जैसे कि आप जानते हैं, हमारी हार्ट और उससे जुड़ी आर्टरी सिस्टम जैसे काम करता है, ठीक वैसे ही सिल्वर P4 इंटरनेशनल वाटर टैंक और उससे जुड़ी एंटी स्केलिंग प्लम्बिंग पाइप्स 30% ज्यादा वाटर फ्लो के साथ घर के आर्टरी सिस्टम बनकर काम करता है. 9 layers एंटी हार्ड वाटर सिल्वर P4 with added zinc, copper, minerals and external skin jacket to protect temperature. Anti hard water Silver P4 International mineral wala water tank and plumbing pipes. घर के आर्टरी सिस्टम.
So these were the AVs and corporate video and videos which were shows in the market. Some has got commercial values and some has got technical values. So as we come along our company, what is our main mission? Our main mission is to give and reach all the homes of India. We are already present in many states, Punjab, Rajasthan, we are present in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha, Bihar, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh. Northeast we have got one unit in Tripura which is making production of water tanks in the state of Tripura only. And in West Bengal we have got 4 units which is manufacturing water tanks, steel kitchen sink, engineering polymer bath fittings and chrome plated brass bathroom fittings. So when we talk about water tanks, we generally think of just storing of water. We don't think in this manner. Pre-COVID we used to think about storing water for temperature control, and after COVID the year was the study year for us because we were sitting idle at our homes and we learned a lot of things from our lifestyle, from our lockdown status. We have a manpower of more than 300 people. We believe in making good quality products for customers where we can give service. Start problem. We have got clients all over India, Government of West Bengal, Government of India. We are supplying to many central government companies. We have last year launched a product Copper P4 International, where copper leaches into water 0.05 mg per liter as per drinking water standard IS 10500. And the copper inner layer is fit for foodstuffs, IS 10146. We have been passed in migration test also. We can show you the reports of Copper P4 International test reports. Come to that slide. So these are the test reports in which we can show you the copper is coming 0.05 mg per liter, that is according to drinking water standard, and which is good for health, which is good for nutrition. And as we know, aging, in our Ayurveda time we know that how copper and silver and zinc used to help us. So we have put the heritage and Ayurvedic system in this product, which we learned during the COVID. And this is very effective product. We have got excellent test reports. This is a test report IS 10146 which shows the polythene with copper, nanocopper particles is good for food storage, is good for water storage. Next. This is our next product P4 International which we launched in 2009. These tanks have got IRA technology. This is high in thickness. This has got 10 mm thickness. With accurate storage, we are giving a concept of 1000 liter storage. The public is getting more than water in the insufficient time of summers. We are giving 1300 liters of water. So the shortage of water is not there in these products. And the insulation is high, so it works as a barrier to the outer temperature. Next. Next. These are the migration tests, no heavy metal in the product. This is the gross capacity. Like if a 1000 liter, if you are paying, you are getting 1317 liters, CPET report. Now I am talking about underground tanks. We have also got plastic underground tanks which are fit for underground. We don't have to use cement tanks. So these tanks are advanced vertical type, because when we use horizontal tanks, they take more space. So these are underground tanks with less space and no boundary wall is needed. These are available in 750 liters, 1000 liters and 2000 liter sizes. Next we have got a septic tank which is environment friendly. Water seepage doesn't happen, and it is very good for massive reduction of BOD. Massive reduction of BOD happens in these plastic tanks. Biological oxygen demand, which increases the water level from 50% more in 48 hours. So these are environment friendly Balaji Roto septic tanks. Next. These are our flush tanks, which is unbreakable, and repeat we can use it for flushing in the commode. 13 liter flush, 11.5 liter is the total flushing capacity, and the body is 13 liter. And the body is unbreakable. Inner fittings are excellent, and we have got after sale service also. This is engineering polymer PTMT, which is used as replacement of brass in today's industry. These have got high flow and with 3/4 inner parts, which has a good flow of water. And it can be used for 3-5 years. There is no problem in that. It can be easily acceptable in the market. Next. This is our stainless steel kitchen sink. Has a very good depth, because generally people have a depth problem in steel sink, and mirror finish polish. If we talk about 304 steel, we are giving 8% nickel, which is unbreakable. If you are paying for the quality, you are getting the quality. So we have got the 304 range also with 8% nickel, which is unbreakable and which is rust proof. Next. We have got bathroom fittings, chrome plated brass bathroom fittings with 100% brass, and we have got repair, replace and after sale service, which is very important for bathroom fittings made of brass. So the product which we have discovered this year is Silver P4 International. Silver P4 International, if we talk about water quality, this is the biggest problem we have got in towns, small towns and everywhere, because the groundwater is mixed with the seepage waters. The river is not pure. The water of the river is not pure. We have got hygiene problems. Microbial content from different sources contaminate the water. So this is a continuous threat to our lifestyle, to our health. Monitoring the water quality is very important. Water is exposed to UV rays, pollution and groundwater pollution. These challenges are bacteria, virus, fungi and algae. So we have got the test reports where we can show you 99.9% of virus, bacteria is killed in the tank. And the water is good for health, especially for hospitals, especially where the packaged drinking water is made. We have got the report of JIZ 2801. Show the reports. Back. Okay. So this report shows that 99.98% bacteria is killed. Biotech report. This is a biotech report. So in this product, virus, bacteria is getting killed 99.98%. Next, show the report. This is a Eurofin Spectrum report. This also shows 99.9% microorganisms are killed in the water. This is the report which shows copper and zinc is leaching in the water. I have given you all the test reports with the catalogs. This report shows that water present in this tank has no virus, no bacteria detected. Next. This report shows that the water in these tanks get better from acid to alkaline. This report we have got recently. If you keep a neutral water of 6, the water will change in 12 hours to 7. So the water is changing in this tank, Silver P4 International. It is bringing the water from neutral to alkaline. And this is we are doing it naturally in the water tank. No process is made in this. Again, this is the report of influenza A virus. This report of Biotech Lab shows influenza A virus is killed 99.98%. 99.78%. So any type of virus, rotavirus, notavirus, adenovirus, diarrhea virus, any type of waterborne viruses are killed in this tank, Silver P4 International. We can give a return guarantee on that. So waterborne diseases can be solved by this tank, which cannot be done in a normal plastic water tank, which cannot be done in any tanks which they show that it can be done. It can be truly done in this tank successfully. Next, device. We have got one device in this tank. This is an anti-scaling device which makes boring hard water soft. This device works and makes boring hard water soft. So this device is an excellent device, it is a patented device. This is a patented device. This makes hard water soft up to 3000 TDS with this tank. So, this life is 1 year. This device you have to change every year. But it has got excellent results. We have got the Enviro Lab reports. Hardness of the water reduces. Calcium ions are masked. So this device is addition with this product. And hard water can be easily solved with this device because there is no algae in this tank. And this device removes the soda, white powder which we get due to calcium and magnesium. So no algae in the tank, no hard water problems. The water will be more transparent, more acceptable, more hygiene. And the alkaline levels will come into the tank because it reduces acidity and increases pH level by 1. We have got the test reports. And it is a return guarantee. Next to show that cover. We have got one extra jacket with this tank which can reduce temperature up to 12 degrees additionally. This is an insulation tank, but 12 degrees additionally we can reduce the temperature up to 45, 48. People can get normal water in this Silver P4 International if they take additionally this jacket. Show the jacket, this jacket. So the tank is full security for your water, especially those who are living in G+1, G+2, G+3. They have insecurity that their tank at overhead is open. They have a security. We have got options of double lids, D2LF technology, and this jacket is also a security for temperature, pollution, because day by day road work is going on, chemical factories are nearby. We are having these problems of contamination through air. So thanks, this was the presentation. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Sir, thank you. We would like to more time for you, I know, but there is a time paucity. So thank you very much for your kind sponsorship. Until your support, the grand success of the seminar could not be possible. We once again thank you. So I request Mr. Bikram Narsaria, representing the Jindal Steel and Power, kindly give your brief introduction and the product, because the time is very short. Kindly come. But in the meantime, I also request the architect Anjan Mitra and engineer Tapun Bhattacharya come on the dais, because after his presentation he will say.
Yes. And also we request engineer Mookerjee Joshi, Madam Shanghomitra Basu, and engineer Bishwajit Shen, please come on the stage for felicitation. You prepare, na? You prepare. Our divisional chairman, Dr. Gautam Kumar Baisak, I request to felicitate first engineer Mookerjee Joshi. Give him a big round of applause. I request Mr. Bishwajit Sen, Engineer Bishwajit Sen, to accept our small plea of gratitude. We are humbled to get here as a speaker our most respected Dr. Shanghamitra Basu, Professor Dr. Shanghamitra Basu. I request ma'am to come upon central stage to give us the opportunity to give a small gratitude. Now, may we have in the stage architect Anjan Mitro and Mr. Tapan Bhattacharya for the last session. Thank you, sir. And yes, and a small presentation from Panther Steel, Mr. Bikram Narsaria. না না উনি করে দিই ওরা থাকুক না স্যার একটু বি ইন দ্য স্টেজ প্লিজ স্যার একটু বসুন একটু করে দিই একটু বসুন
Yes, yes. Thank you, and I am feeling privileged to present Jindal Steel and Power and to the immense personalities of West Bengal, and you guys are doctors of this field. So actually it is a very short span of time for us to present about Jindal Steel and Power. I have given just 7 minutes to present about what is Jindal Steel and Power and what other vision and plans. So today's the topic of this seminar was rehabilitation of heritage structure. We Jindal Group are constructing the future. How? We are building an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat is like we are building, actually constructing many of the popular constructions of India, and few of them are where no other steel companies were able to provide the quality of steel where we provided. Like you guys have heard about the highest bridge, rail bridge of the world. The highest rail bridge of the world is Chenab Bridge, and the Chenab Bridge rail, the steel which was used, it was totally procured by Jindal Steel and Power. So these are a few of the examples where we provided steel. These are the popular structures where we supplied steel and other products, TMT and other products. This is Mumbai Metro, where we supplied rails and other steel products. In Kolkata Metro also we supplied the Dream project of Kolkata, where we supplied rails. So it is actually going on since last 5 or 7 years, but we are providing steel to Metro. You guys must have heard about this Udhampur Srinagar Baramulla rail link project. This is one of the most marvelous construction that India could ever had. So we supplied steel here too. AIMS Kashmir, Kosi Mahasetu, Sands Infinite project, Agartala Medical College, Mahatma Gandhi Setu in Bihar, IISc Bangalore. So actually we are supplying to many structures where other steel companies couldn't able to provide the quality of TMT or steel products was required. you guys have heard about Sela Pass. Sela Pass in Arunachal. There the temperature goes down by minus 20 degree temperature. So we supplied TMT there and we survived the climatic conditions there too. You guys have heard about this Havra Bridge also. There we, the 42, sorry. The 42, the tallest tower of this West Bengal. There we supplied also TMT. And there is some technical glitch. Mera mouse lena, it is locked. My mouse, it is locked actually. It is there in my. So we Jindal Steel and Power is not only present in India, we have presence in other parts of countries too. Actually TMT जल्दी There is some technical glitch which I am trying to fix it. Yes. So we are not only present in India, we are exporting material to Singapore, Hong Kong, USA, UK and Canada too. And there we are certified too. And we are matching the international standards. We are not only matching the Indian standard, we are matching the international standard, and that is 1746. What we are giving, we are actually primary steel producer. We are one of the primary steel producers of India, and we are additional we are giving to West Bengal. Our supplies to West Bengal is superb because our plant is very nearby to West Bengal. One it is in Patratu and the other is in Angul. So we are directly providing the virgin iron ore made product TMTs to West Bengal. We are a group of OP Jindal Group, which is very popular. It is famous throughout the world. And let me rush that we have a production capacity of around 12.5 million ton, which is almost we are the third largest player in terms of production of TMT and steel. What we are providing the homogeneous quality of product, that from the first meter of TMT to the 12th meter of TMT, the project is totally homogeneous. You will not find the same thing in secondary steels. Our product is totally directly coming from the iron ore, virgin iron ore plant to this directly to the consumers. I will not speak too much about the production process of TMT because you guys are very well aware about what is TMT and how the production process is on. So I will basically talk about why TMT of Jindal Panther should be preferred. We are government approved. We are approved in PWD and CPWDs. We are giving homogeneous product. We are giving virgin iron ore product. We are giving the right weight product. Actually, in West Bengal, we have seen that many of the companies are not providing the right weight of TMT. We are giving exactly what the BIS norm says. Our taste certificate qualifies the bestest quality what the ISKCON and the other big companies, ISKCON and other big companies are using. And our TMTs are precise and uniform and parallel, that provides ultimate strength to the overall construction. So rehabilitation of these heritage structures need the support of modern construction practices too. in which TMT holds one of the most important role in holding the weight of the overall structure. So we think TMT of Jindal Panther will provide this to the world and to India, where the heritage was not preserved too much. So our vision is to be globally admired organization that enhances the quality of life of all the stakeholders through sustainable industrial and business development. Thank you. तो चलो
Thank you to the sponsorer. Now we may call upon on the stage architect Anjan Mitra for his presentation.
Good. নমস্কার। অনেকক্ষণ ধরে প্রচুর তত্ত্বকথা শোনা গেছে, আর খাওয়ার আগে বলতে আসাটা একটা বিড়ম্বনা। তো ফলে আমি চেষ্টা করব সময়টা যতটা কম নিয়ে বলা যায়, কিন্তু কিছু তো বলতে হবে, কেননা প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে ইঞ্জিনিয়ারদের সাথে এরকম একটা ইন্টারাকশনের সুযোগ তো মোটামুটি পাওয়া যায় না, সুতরাং ছাড়াও যায় না। যেটা এখানকার বক্তব্য সেটা একটুখানি উল্টো করে লেখা আছে, রিহ্যাবিলিটেশন, রেস্টোরেশন এবং তারপরে রিপেয়ারিং, এই ব্যাপারটা পুরোটাই উল্টো, কেননা এই জিনিসগুলো এভাবে ঘটে না। আসলে আমরা যখন এই পুরো তত্ত্ব কথাটা যেটা পেয়েছি, এটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি অটোমোবাইল ইন্ডাস্ট্রি থেকে ধার করা। একটা জিনিস কাজ করছে না, সুতরাং সেই জিনিসটাকে কি করে কাজ করানো যায়, এই পদ্ধতি থেকেই অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের এই রেস্টোরেশন রেট্রোফিটিংয়ের গল্পটা এসে দাঁড়ায়, এবং তারপরে রিহ্যাবিলিটেশন। এই ধারণাটা একেবারেই যান্ত্রিক, এই কনসেপ্টটা যে কাজ করে না, এবং সেই জন্যে যখন একটা ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড থেকে হেরিটেজ স্ট্রাকচারকে যখন দেখা হয়, তখন সেই জিনিসটা একটা স্কিল সেট কিংবা একটা টেকনিকে পর্যবসিত হয়। আর্কিটেক্টদের কাছে অ্যাকচুয়ালি এর একটা অন্য রকমের ধারণা আছে, সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা বলি হেরিটেজ কনজারভেশন। এবার হেরিটেজ কনজারভেশনটার মধ্যে ওই একই কথাগুলো হয়তো আছে, কিন্তু যেটা আছে সেটা হচ্ছে যে জিনিসটাকে আমি দেখছি সেই জিনিসটাকে কি করে কাজে লাগানো যায়, এবং তার সাথে আরও অনেকগুলো শর্ত আছে, সেই শর্তগুলো পূরণ করার পদ্ধতি হিসাবে এই টেকনিকগুলোকে ভেতরে নেওয়া হয়। ফলে কনজারভেশনের অ্যাপ্রোচটা যেটা সঙ্গমিত্রাদি দেখিয়ে বলানোর চেষ্টা করছিলেন যে একটা ভ্যালু সিস্টেম থেকে হেরিটেজটাকে দেখা হয়, এবং কিন্তু এতেও একটা সমস্যা আছে, সেটা হচ্ছে আমাদের কনজারভেশনটা আমরা সবসময় বলি হেরিটেজ স্ট্রাকচার ছাড়া কিছু হয় না। আসলে কনজারভেশন কথাটা এটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের বিজ্ঞানের দিক থেকেই নেওয়া, যে এই জিনিসগুলো যে কোনো পারিপার্শ্বিকে কোনো জিনিস যদি থাকে তাকে আমরা কি করে কাজ করব, এবং কাজটা করতে গিয়ে আমরা যেটা দেখতে পেয়েছি যে আমরা মনুমেন্টস, টেম্পোরাল স্টেজ, এই জিনিসগুলোকে যেগুলো হেরিটেজ দেখতে পাচ্ছি এবং যেগুলোকে কালেকটিভ মেমোরি বা কোনো ধরনের মূল্যবোধের সাথে যুক্ত আছে, এরম বিল্ডিং নিয়ে আমরা আপাতত কথাবার্তা বলি। এবার কাজ করতে গিয়ে আমরা যে জিনিসগুলো দেখি যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি এই জিনিসটার তত্ত্বটা আরও অনেক বড়। আমরা বিল্ডিং বলে সব কিছু করি, কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি বিল্ডিংয়ের থেকেও একটা ঐতিহ্য আর তার একটা আলাদা সিগনিফিকেন্স আছে। ইনফ্যাক্ট আজকে আমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা আমি একটা মাত্র প্রজেক্ট নিয়ে কথা বলবো, এবং আমি চেষ্টা করব আমি যে জিনিসটা বলতে চাইছি সেটা কি করে হয়। আমি প্রজেক্টের কথা বলছি এখান থেকে দূরে ঈশ্বরচন্দ্র বিদ্যাসাগর যেখানে জন্মেছিলেন, বীরসিংহ গ্রাম, একটা গ্রামের মধ্যে সেইখানে তার স্মৃতি বিজড়িত কতগুলো বিল্ডিং আছে, সেই বিল্ডিংগুলোকে নিয়ে আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ওখানে পৌঁছই। এগুলো বেসিক্যালি মাটির বাড়ি। এটা আবার হেরিটেজ হয় নাকি? কিন্তু সমস্যা হচ্ছে যে এটা একটা ধরনের সময়, এটা প্রায় 1850-60-এর দশকে ওই সময় তৈরি হয়েছিল। এরকম কতগুলো মাটির বাড়ি যেটা বিদ্যাসাগর ভগবতী বিদ্যালয় করার সময় তার ভাই ওখানে থাকতেন, এবং থেকে তিনি ওখানে একটা ছাত্রাবাস বানিয়েছিলেন। পুরোটাই তখনকার দিনের লোকাল যা টেকনোলজি ছিল, যা পরিস্থিতি ছিল, সেই অনুযায়ী এই বিল্ডিংটা বানানো। এবং গ্রামে গঞ্জে এরকম বাড়ি মেদিনীপুর, বীরভূম, এই সমস্ত অঞ্চলে এই ধরনের জিনিস আমরা অনেকগুলো দেখি। তো এই জায়গাটা এসে তাহলে এটাই আমি কি হেরিটেজ দেখব, এটা একটা বড় প্রশ্ন। এবার এই জিনিসটা যখন আমরা দেখতে গেছি বাড়িটার এই অবস্থা, তো প্রথম জিনিস হচ্ছে মাটির বাড়ি সম্বন্ধে আমি কি জানি, প্রথম জিজ্ঞাসা এই জিনিস করতে গেলে তো ঘরাবিকে ডাকলেই হয়, যারা মাটির বাড়ি তৈরি করতে পারে তাদের ডাকলে হয়। তাহলে আমরা কি করছি? আসলে প্রবলেমটা এটা নয়, প্রবলেমটা হচ্ছে এটা যে জিনিসকে সিগনিফাই করছে সেটা কিন্তু একটা ইনট্যাঞ্জিবল হেরিটেজ। যে বিদ্যাসাগর এখানে জন্মেছিলেন তার স্মৃতি এখানে আছে, ফলে এই বাড়িটা অনেকগুলো কথা বলে, অনেকটা সময়ের সাথে, মানে ইনফ্যাক্ট বঙ্গ সমাজের সংস্কৃতি এবং তার যে পদ্ধতির মধ্যে দিয়ে সেটা হতো তখনকার শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা, তার সব কিছু কিন্তু এইটা দিয়ে দোতনা হয়। ফলে আমাদের প্রথম জিনিসটা মনে হলো যে ঠিক আছে, এই জিনিস করতে হলে অসুবিধাটা কোথায়? কারণ আমাকে তো যারা করতে জানে আমি তাদের হাত ধরেই কাজটা করি। বাড়িটার এক্স্যাক্টলি এইরকম একটা পরিস্থিতি হয়েছিল। প্রথম জিনিসটা হচ্ছে আমাদের প্রথম যে জিনিসটা বুঝতে হলো সেটা হচ্ছে এই মাটির বাড়ি তৈরি কী করে হয়। এবার মাটির বাড়িটা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি ভার্নাকুলার ট্র্যাডিশন। এই ভার্নাকুলার নিয়ে আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি কোনো আলোচনা করি না। আজকে গ্রিন বলে আমরা যা বলি তার থেকে সব কিছুর সব গুণ ভার্নাকুলার ট্র্যাডিশনাল সিস্টেমে থাকতো। এটার কিন্তু একটা নিজস্ব কালচারাল কোড আছে, এর একটা নিজস্ব বিল্ডিং কোড আছে, সেই অনুযায়ী এই জিনিসটা কাজ হয়। এর মাটির দেয়ালগুলো ভেঙে পড়ে যাওয়ার এটা দোতলা বাড়ি, এখানে বাঁশের মাচা করে তার উপরে মাটি লেপে একটা মেজনাইন ফ্লোর তৈরি করা হয়েছিল, যেগুলো এখন এই স্টেজে যদি ওয়ার্ন আউট হয়ে যায় তাহলে এটাকে কি করে রিপেয়ার করব, এরকম নানা রকম সমস্যা। আমরা এই পরিস্থিতি থেকে দেখে তখন আমাদের মনে হলো বাড়ি তো রেস্টোর করে দিতে পারি, কিন্তু বাড়িটা তৈরি করে করবোটা কি? ফলে এই রকম মানে যা যা পসিবিলিটি আছে, যা যা একটা মাটির বাড়িতে হতে পারে 150 বছরের পুরনো, সব কিছু এই বাড়িতে ঘটেছে। ফলে আমাদের তখন একটা জিনিসের মনে হলো ঠিক আছে, এই জিনিস যদি আমাকে রেস্টোর করতে হয় তো আমার বেসিক পারপাসগুলো কি হতে পারে। একটা হচ্ছে যে এইটা যে সিস্টেম, যে টেকনিক, সেই জিনিসটাকে আমাকে বোঝার দরকার। এটা আমার একটা বড় কাজ হবে। অ্যাটলিস্ট একটা স্কিল সেট, একটা ট্র্যাডিশনকে বুঝতে পারবো এই বিল্ডিংটার মধ্যে দিয়ে। এটা আমার প্রথম পদক্ষেপ হতে পারে। দ্বিতীয় পদক্ষেপ হতে পারে, বাড়িটাকে আমি যে জায়গাটাকে রেস্টোর করলে ওই পুরো যে ক্ষেত্রটা আছে তার মধ্যে কি আমি এমন কিছু সংযোজন করতে পারি যেটাতে এটাতে নতুন একটা ভ্যালু তৈরি হয়, যেটার কথা সঙ্গমিত্রাদি বারবার করে বলছিলেন, এবং সেইটাকে কিভাবে এটাকে আমরা রেস্টোরেশনের পদ্ধতিটাই বা কী হবে। ফলে আমরা প্রথম হচ্ছে যে যা যা মানে প্রিভেন্টেটিভ স্ট্র্যাটেজিগুলো কি যা যা হয় সেই জিনিসগুলো বোঝার পরে আমরা যদি ধীরে ধীরে এগোই তাহলে রেস্টোরেশন করতে গেলে কী হবে। এটা করতে গিয়ে যে জিনিসটা প্রথমে বুঝলাম সেটা হচ্ছে যে এই বাড়িগুলোর একটা ভাষা আছে। আমি যে কারণে বাংলায় বলছি সেটা এটাই, আমরা মাটির বাড়িকে দেখেছি, কিন্তু মাটির বাড়ি এক্স্যাক্টলি কিভাবে ওরা করে এবং প্রত্যেকটা জিনিসের পেছনে যে একটা ট্র্যাডিশন আছে, যে একটা ঐতিহ্য আছে, সেটা কিন্তু একটা পরম্পরা। প্রত্যেকটা এলিমেন্ট কোনটার সাথে কি মাপ হবে, কি পরিমাপ হবে, এই জিনিসগুলো কিন্তু ওই ঘরামিদের একটা স্ট্যান্ডার্ড কোড থাকে। তারাই বলে দেয় যে এই বাড়ির মাপ কী হবে, স্ট্রাকচার কী হবে, এলিমেন্টগুলো কী হবে, ওপরে চাল, এবং এই প্রত্যেকটার আলাদা আলাদা নাম আছে, যেমন কোনোটার আড়, কোনোটা পাড়, কোনোটা তীর, কোনোটা গাঁইতিয়া। এই যে ভাষাগুলো, এই ভাষাগুলো কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি এক একটা স্ট্রাকচারাল কম্পোনেন্ট। আমরা বিম র্যাপ্টার বলে যা বলি, এটা তাদের ভাষায়, তারা সেইভাবে সেই জিনিসটাকে করেন। তো আমাদের প্রথমে মনে হলো এই জিনিসটাকে তাহলে আমাদের বুঝতে হবে এবং শিখতে হবে। ফলে আমরা একদম ডিটেলে নেবে ওদের সাথে বসে, গ্রামের লোকজনের সাথে, যে বাড়িটা ওরা কি করে তৈরি করেছিল এবং বাড়িটাকে বুঝি আগে। বেশ, বাড়িটা বুঝলাম। এবার বাড়িটা হলে এই জিনিস যেটা হলো, আমি যদি এটা তৈরিও করি তাহলে আমাকে একটা এরিয়া ডেলিনিয়েট করতে হয়, যে এটার সাথে যে জায়গাটা আছে সেই জায়গাটাকে নিয়ে একটা গড়ন করবে। শুধু দুটো বাড়িকে নিয়ে তো আমার এটা হতে পারবে না। ফলে আমাকে যদি সেই পরিবেশ তৈরি করতে হয়, শান্তিনিকেতনের কথা এক্ষুনি সঙ্গমিত্রাদি বললেন, এক্স্যাক্টলি তাই। রবীন্দ্রনাথ শান্তিনিকেতন একটা বিশ্ব ভাবনা, কাজে আমাকে তাহলে এই জায়গায় যদি এরম জিনিস করতে হয় তাহলে আমাকে বিদ্যাসাগরের ওই সময়কার ভাবনাটাকেও তুলে ধরতে হবে এবং যারা সেই জিনিসগুলো করেছিল তাদেরও বাঁচিয়ে রাখতে হবে। সুতরাং তার মানে আমি যেটা বলছিলাম, সংরক্ষণ বাড়ি শুধু নয়, বাড়ির বাইরে যে পরিবেশ তাকে তৈরি করে সেই পরিবেশটা তৈরি করাটা একই রকমভাবে জরুরি। আমরা একটা প্রথম ডিপিআর যখন তৈরি করি তখন আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ওই বাড়িটা কি হতে পারে এবং করে আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য তো হচ্ছে এটাকে একটা কালচারাল ডেস্টিনেশনে তৈরি করা। নাহলে এত দূরে ঘাটালে এইরকম একটা জিনিস করে লাভটা কী হবে? কেননা আমরা এর আগে অনেক কিছু এরকম সংরক্ষণ করেছি, কিন্তু যা হয় বিল্ডিংটাকে বাঁচাই করে আবার 10 বছর পরে বিল্ডিং সেই জায়গায় ফেরত চলে যায়। কেননা বিল্ডিংটাকে সংরক্ষণ করার সবথেকে ভালো উপায় হচ্ছে যেটা বলছিলেন রিহ্যাবিলিটেশন, এটাকে একটা ইউজ করা যেটা তার অরিজিনাল ভাবের সাথে তার একটা সাহচর্য থাকবে। ফলে এইরকম একটা জায়গা থেকে আমরা শুরু করলাম। এবার যখন মাটির শুরু হলো তখন আমরা কি করলাম, আমরা গ্রামের যারা মিস্ত্রি আছে তাদের খুঁজে বার করলাম, তাদের সাথে বসে এইটা কি করে আমরা এটাকে অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারবো সেটাকে সায়েন্টিফিক্যালি অ্যাপ্রোচ করার চেষ্টা করলাম। পুরো বার্নআউট যে প্লাস্টারগুলো হয়ে গেছিলো সেইগুলোকে পুরো চেঁচিয়ে ফেলে আবার নতুন করে সেইটার ওপরে প্রলেপগুলো দেওয়া শুরু হলো। এবার এটা যখন তৈরি করা হচ্ছে তখন কিন্তু আমরা সাথে সাথে এটাও দেখছি পুরনো সিস্টেমের মতো তো করতে পারছি না। সুতরাং এইখানে আমাদের নতুন কিছু টেকনোলজি আমরা অ্যাডাপ্ট করি, কিছু গ্রাউটিং করা হয়, কিছু অ্যাডিশনাল লেয়ার দেওয়া হয় যাতে এটারকে আমরা আরও স্ট্রেনথেন করতে পারি। তো প্রত্যেকটা জায়গায় আমরা এভাবে যখন করছি, করতে করতে প্যারালালি আস্তে আস্তে ওদেরই টেকনিক নিয়ে, যেমন চর মাটি ওরা যেভাবে প্রলেপ দেয় একটার পর একটা লেয়ার চাপানোর পরে গিয়ে সেই মাটিটা কিন্তু অলমোস্ট এত বছর 150 বছর একটা মাটির বাড়ি টিকে থাকাটা সোজা কথা নয়। ফলে এই জিনিস আমরা তখন ধীরে ধীরে করতে শুরু করেছি। মিনওয়াইল আমাদের কাছে একটা জিনিস মনে হয়েছিল, আমরা যদি এই জায়গায় এরকম একটা পরিবেশ তৈরি করি তাহলে একটা ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টার তৈরি করাটা খুব দরকার, যেখানে এই জায়গাটার গল্পটা বলা যাবে। এবার ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন তৈরি করার মধ্যে আমরা একটা জিনিস দেখলাম যে ওরা যেভাবে ট্র্যাডিশনালি মাড নিয়ে কাজ করে, এটা কি আমরা একটা ইমপ্রুভ ভার্সন করতে পারি? কেননা লোকে এখন মাটির বাড়ির অল্টারনেটিভ হিসেবেই যেটা করে সেটা হচ্ছে পাকা বাড়ি ইটের তৈরি করে। আমাদের কাছে ইন্ডিয়ান ইনস্টিটিউট অফ সায়েন্সের কিছু ভদ্রলোক ছিলেন যারা অলরেডি মাড টেকনোলজি নিয়ে বেশ কিছু কাজ করছিলেন। ফলে আমরা ওদের সাথে মিলে বসে একটা আইডেন্টিফাই করি যে আমরা একটা মাড ব্লক তৈরি করব এবং করে দেখব যে এই মিস্ত্রিরাই সেই জিনিসটা করলে পাশাপাশি কি দাঁড়ায়। তাহলে আমরা এই যে স্কিল সেটটা আছে এটাকে আমরা কন্টিনিউ করতে পারবো এবং ওখানে একই ধরনের অনেক বাড়ি আছে গ্রামের, তাহলে তাদের একটা রেগুলার লেভেলের একটা ইমপ্রোভাইজেশন করার রাস্তা হবে। ফলে আমরা সেই জিনিসটা শুরু করলাম। সেই মাড ব্লক আলাদা করে মিক্স করা, তার সাথে কিছু লাইম, কিছু সিমেন্ট ইউজ করিয়ে, কিছু রাবিশ ইউজ করে তার ডেন্সিটি করে আমরা একটা মাড কংক্রিটের মতো জিনিস তৈরি করে ফেললাম। এবার এই জিনিস যখন করছি আস্তে আস্তে এরকম করে এইভাবে ওরা বিভিন্ন লেয়ারগুলো, প্রোটেক্টিভ লেয়ারগুলো তৈরি করে। আমরা যখন ওই জিনিসটা করছি, এই মাড ব্লক যেটা বললাম, আমরা কিন্তু ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টারটা মাড ব্লক দিয়ে বানাতে শুরু করলাম এবং ধীরে ধীরে একই পদ্ধতিতে আমরা জিনিসটাকে দেখছিলাম যে জিনিসটা কী হয়। আমার এখানে অনেক পিডব্লিউডির বন্ধুবান্ধব আছেন। পিডব্লিউডি কিন্তু সমস্ত কিছুর মধ্যেও একটা ওনাদের জেনারেলি রুল ইত্যাদিগুলো সবকটা একটা স্ট্যান্ডার্ড শিডিউল ধরে হয়। ফলে এরকম একটা কাজ করার জন্যে ওনাদের কাছ থেকে যদি সেই সাপোর্টটা না পেতাম, যে এইটুকু টলারেন্স যদি না পাওয়া যেত, তাহলে আমরা এই কাজ করে উঠতে পারতাম না। ওই আস্তে আস্তে এইটা কিন্তু আমাদের ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন তৈরি হচ্ছে, যেটা নতুন বিল্ডিং, কিন্তু ফলো করছি আমরা কিন্তু ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথড, ট্র্যাডিশনাল টেকনোলজি। বিল্ডিং ব্লকটাকে খালি পাল্টে দেওয়া হয়েছে। করতে করতে এই ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টার দাঁড়িয়ে গেছে, প্রায় মোটামুটি এরকম একটা জায়গায় চলে এসছে। সবই যখন হচ্ছে সেই সময় একটা অদ্ভুত কাণ্ড হলো। আমাদের অ্যাকচুয়ালি পুরো তৈরি করা বিল্ডিং অলমোস্ট ইমপ্লোশনের মতো ভেঙে বেরিয়ে গেল। এটা নিয়ে কাগজে বিস্তর লেখালেখি হলো, 400 গ্রামবাসী ঘিরে ধরে প্রায় মারতে বাকি রেখেছিল। একদম ইমপ্লোশন হয়েছে, এটা কোলাপস নয়, এটা একটা অদ্ভুত জিনিস। সেটা বিদ্যাসাগর বাড়িটায় এইটা যেটা হয়েছে সেটার কথাই বলছি। এই জিনিস যখন হয় তখন শ্রীকুমারদা ছিল, আমি তখন শ্রীকুমারদাকেও বলি যে এটা একটা অদ্ভুত, মানে একটা কোলাপস করলে কোনো একটা কর্নার থেকে কোলাপস করে, তার একটা স্ট্রাকচার ফেলিওরের প্যাটার্ন আছে। এরকম করে মাঝখান থেকে বোম ফাটার মতো করে দুম করে 1 ঘন্টার নোটিসে এই কোলাপস হয় কি করে। ফলে পরদিন গিয়ে সমস্ত জিনিস দেখার পরে আমরা সরজমিনে অ্যাকচুয়ালি স্টাডিটা করতে গিয়ে দেখলাম যে মাঝখানে একটা লম্বা বিল্ডিং আছে। লম্বা বিল্ডিংটার মাঝখানে 2টো করে মাটির সিঁড়ি আছে, সেটাই হচ্ছে ওর ক্রস ব্রেসিং। এবার এই ক্রস ব্রেসিংয়ে ধেড়ে ইঁদুর এত বছর ধরে ওই ওয়ালটাকে পুরো একেবারে ভেতর থেকে ফোপলা করে দিয়েছে, যে কারণের জন্য আমরা যখন মেজেনাইনে, এবার এখানেও আমাদের একটা টেকনিক্যাল ভুল, আমাদের মেজেনাইনটা আগে ছিল বাঁশের মাচা করে, তার উপরে মাটির ল্যাপা ছিল। আমরা কি করলাম, আমরা মনে হলো যে একটু পোক্ত করা, কারণ এখন ইনস্টিটিউশনাল করব, একটু পোক্ত করা, কেননা একটা বাড়িতে কিন্তু কাঠের মেঝে ছিল। ফলে আমরা এই মেজেনাইনটাকে তখন প্রপারলি কাঠ দিয়ে, র্যাফটার দিয়ে পুরো মাটির সাথে ইনগ্রেভ করে ব্যাপারটা দাঁড় করিয়েছি। ওপরে এই দেয়ালটা কিন্তু কোনো টাই নেই, যে ক্রস ওয়ালটা যে কারণের জন্য মাঝ রাস্তায় পড়ে, কোনো কারণে এটা এতই ফোপড়া হয়ে আছে, যখন এই মেজনাইনটা তৈরি করা হয় ওই মাঠের যে ক্রস ওয়ালটা ওই কাঠের মাচার ওপরে ভেঙে পড়ে। এবার যেহেতু ওইটা টানা আছে, মানে এই যে দেখছেন, আমার কিন্তু রুফ সিস্টেম আমি চেঞ্জ করেছি, আমি প্রপার ট্রাসে ফেরত নিয়ে গেছিলাম। ফলে রুফ দাঁড়িয়ে গেছে, রুফের তলা থেকে পুরো মাটির সিস্টেমটা ওইটা ভেঙে পড়েছে, পরে কাঠের পাটাতনে পড়েছে। এবার কাঠের পাটাতন যে দেয়ালের উপরে সাপোর্ট ছিল, দেয়ালটাকে টেনে নামিয়েছে, আর পুরো মাটিটা টেনশন তো নিতে পারে না, ফলে সব মিলিয়ে হুড়মুড় করে ভেঙে নেমে গেছে। এটা একটা অভিজ্ঞতা যে ইঁদুর এরকম একটা জিনিস, যে সেটা যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি মাড বিল্ডিংয়ে কি অসম্ভব কাণ্ড করতে পারে, সেটা আমরা এটা ফেস করার আগে অলমোস্ট শেষ হয়ে গেছে। সেই সময় থেকে আবার ট্র্যাডিশনাল মেথডে যেভাবে ওরা মাটি জাঁক দিয়ে তৈরি করে আমরা এটা শুরু করলাম, আমার প্রজেক্ট ডিলে হয়ে গেল। আমার ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন বিল্ডিং তার মধ্যে নতুন মাঠ টেকনোলজি দিয়ে আমরা কমপ্লিট করে শেষ করে ফেলতে পারলাম। আমরা সবে এই জিনিসটাকে কমপ্লিট করে এখন দাঁড় করাতে পেরেছি। এই আস্তে এই পোর্শন পুরো শেষ হয়ে গেছে, যে পোর্শনটা কোলাপস করেছে সেই পোর্শনটা আমরা তখনও তৈরি করে যাচ্ছি। করতে করতে এখন যেটা দাঁড়িয়েছে, আমরা ইন্টারপ্রিটেশনের সেন্টারের দিকে দাঁড়িয়েছি। এটা হচ্ছে দুটো ব্লক ছিল, একটা ব্লকে যেখানে মানে শম্ভুচন্দ্র ঈশ্বরচন্দ্রের ভাই যেখানে ইনি থাকতেন, সেই ঘরটা যেখানে উনি পরের দিকে অফিসও করতেন, সেইটা হচ্ছে এই ঘরটা। এই যেখান থেকে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা ছবিটা তুলছি সেটা কিন্তু হচ্ছে ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টারটা। এখন সেই বিল্ডিং ফিনিশ করার পরে এই রকম একটা পরিস্থিতি হয়েছে। আমরা যে জিনিসটা করতে পেরেছি, আগের যে এদের যে জানলা, এই জানলাগুলো কিন্তু সিস্টেমটাই আলাদা, ফলে লাইট একটা প্রচণ্ড অন্ধকার থাকতো। আমরা যে জিনিসগুলো করেছি, উইন্ডো প্যাটার্নটা এক রেখে আমরা সেখানে গ্লাস ইন্ট্রোডিউস করাতে এখন পুরো ফ্লোরটা, কারণ ফ্লোরেই সব পড়াশোনা হতো, যা কিছু হতো, যার ফলে এখন কিন্তু ওই একই বিল্ডিং, কেউ বলবে না এটা ওই বিল্ডিং, একইভাবে আমরা এইরকম একটা অ্যাম্বিয়েন্স আনতে পেরেছি। কাঠে। এবং শুধু তাই না, এই যেটা দেখছেন আমরা মানে যে ধরনের প্যাটার্ন, যে ধরনের হলে এই টেক্সচারটা হতো, আমরা অলমোস্ট সেই জায়গায় রেখেছি। ওই পেছনের বিল্ডিংটা হচ্ছে নতুন করা ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টার, আর সামনেরটা হচ্ছে অরিজিনাল বিল্ডিং। অ্যাকচুয়ালি একই ধারাবাহিকতা রেখে আমরা এই জিনিসটাকে দাঁড় করাতে পারি। আর অল্প 2 মিনিট। এইবার এই ছিল, আর সেই জিনিসটা এইখানে দাঁড়িয়েছে। হ্যাঁ, এইটা হস্টেলগুলো। এখন আমরা এইটাকে তো হস্টেল করার কোনো যুক্তি নেই, ফলে আমরা যে জিনিসটা করছি, যে আমরা ওই প্যাটার্নটা করে ওই সময়ের বিদ্যাসাগরের যে পরিস্থিতি ছিল, যে পাঠশালা কীরম হতো, টোল কীরম হতো, মাদ্রাসা কীরমভাবে পড়াতো, যাতে করে এই জায়গাটা লোক যদি যায়, তাহলে তৎকালীন যে পরিস্থিতিতে দাঁড়িয়ে এই শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা কোথা থেকে কোথায় এসছে, তাহলে এটা একটা এডুটেনমেন্টের জায়গা হয়। ফলে আমাকে কাভারিং টিন শিট সিজিআই শিট। তাহলে সুতরাং এইটা হচ্ছে হস্টেল ব্লকটা না। ইনফ্যাক্ট যে কোনো গ্রামের বাড়িতে সবসময় জানলা 2 পাল্লায় খোলে, একটা নিচের পাল্লা খোলে, একটা ওপরের পাল্লা খোলে, ডিপেন্ডিং অন যে আমি কোন জায়গায় কাজ করছি সেইটা অনুযায়ী ওরা ভেন্টিলেশনটাকে সেইভাবে নিতে পারে, আর জানলা ভেতরের দিকে খোলে। ফলে এটাও একটা, কেননা 2 ফুট চওড়া তো, ফলে জল বেরিয়ে ভেতরে ঢোকে না। এইটা কিন্তু একটা খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং। ফলে এই জানলাগুলোতে আমরা যেগুলো করেছি গ্লেজিং প্যানেল ইউজ করাতে, আবার এখন অনেক বেশি লাইটটা আসে, এটা অলমোস্ট রাস্তার লেভেলে জানলাগুলো। নেক্সট হচ্ছে, তাহলে এইবার ওই দুটো বাড়ি আমি প্রথম রেস্টোর করলাম। এই গোটা পরিবেশে একটা আম বাগানের মতো, মানে যাতে গুরুকুল আশ্রমের যে ধরনের শান্তিনিকেতনে আমরা যে পরিবেশ দেখি, মানে টোল ইত্যাদি গাছপালা পুকুর সব মিলিয়ে আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি এরকম একটা পরিস্থিতি তৈরি করতে পেরেছি। আর ওইটা হচ্ছে আমাদের ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টার। ইনফ্যাক্ট ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টার আমরা করার আগে এটা উল্টো দিকে ছিল। জমির মাপ ইত্যাদিতে পুকুর পাড় পঞ্চায়েতের ইয়েতে কেটে যাওয়ার ফলে আমাদের জায়গা না হওয়াতে আমরা আবার এটাকে রিওরিয়েন্ট করে ঘুরিয়ে দিয়েছি, যাতে করে বারান্দাগুলো অ্যাকচুয়ালি এই আমবাগানের দিকে হয় এবং একদম ফ্রন্ট ফেসিং হয়। একদম। এবং শুধু তাই না, এটা করতে গিয়ে যেটা হলো, ওখানে একজন মাস্টারমশাইকে আমি দেখেছিলাম ওদের স্কুলের ছাত্রদের দিয়ে যামিনী রায়ের মতো করে ওই জিনিসগুলো করতেন। এবার আমরা এতদিন ধরে বিষ্ণুপুর মন্দির ইত্যাদি করেছি, মন্দিরগুলোর যে যদি আমি তার যে ইনস্ক্রিপশন ইত্যাদি দেখি, তাহলে দেখা যাবে লোক জীবন সমাজ সব কিছুর একটা চিত্র কিন্তু ওখানে আছে। যেটা একদম নিচে হচ্ছে অ্যানিমাল কিংডম, তার ওপরে থাকতো বিভিন্ন লতা পাতা, ফ্লোরাল, হার্বাল, যা কিছু লিঙ্ক সেটার সাথে যুক্ত হওয়া। ফলে যেখানে স্কুল হবে সে তার চারপাশের পরিবেশ জানবে না, এটা তো হয় না। ফলে আমরা অ্যাজ এ মোটিভ আমরা শুরুই করলাম যে সেই রকম করেই ওই প্যাটার্নের লৌকিক যে প্যাটার্ন সেই প্যাটার্নে এটাকে করে দিচ্ছি এবং এটা করে আমরা আলটিমেটলি এই জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে এটা প্রায় উদ্বোধন হওয়ার মতো অবস্থায় আছে। আমাদের শুধু ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন সেন্টারে কিছু সার্ভিস সিস্টেম এখানে ঢোকাতে হয়েছে, কেননা যাতে মানে একটা বড় বাসলোড স্কুলের ছাত্রছাত্রীরাও যদি যায় তারা যাতে থাকতে পারে এবং জিনিসগুলো জানতে পারে, তার তো একটা ব্যবস্থা করতে হবে। সেই রকম একটা পরিস্থিতি করে এই জায়গায় আমরা শেষ করতে পেরেছি এবং সেই জন্যেই আমরা বলি ইট ইজ এ রেসপন্সিবল কনজারভেশন প্র্যাকটিস। হ্যাঁ, কোন কালার? আগে তো ব্ল্যাক ছিল, আমরা তো সেটা করতে চাইনি, তো মানে ওটা তখন হ্যাঁ আমরা লাইম বেসড পেন্ট ইউজ করেছি। লাইমের সাথে আমরা পুরো যে জিনিসগুলো ইনগ্রেডিয়েন্টগুলোকে দিয়ে সেই প্যাটার্নেই আমরা এই জিনিসটা করেছি। ভেতরে পিওর লাইম ওয়াশ করাই, একদম হোয়াইট। ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
Thank you, sir. Due to paucity of time, we could not give more time, but we have a desire to learn more from you. In the next any program, we will request you kindly join with us. Thank you, sir. And now, I request our convener to kindly felicitate architect Anjan Mitra. Kindly be stay with the chair. And I also request engineer Tapun Bhattacharya, please come on the dais and sit for a few minutes. In the meantime, I also request the main sponsor, the P4 International Tank, Mr. Hemant Jain, kindly come on the dais to take the felicitation from our civil engineering division, the West Bengal State Center, the institution engineer. Until and unless your strong support and with the financial assistance, this program could not have to be, you know, any seminar requires the fund. So your support with a big applaud, kindly thank you for your kind support. Okay, so this is the other. Kindly sit down, please sit down. Actually, because the time is running behind schedule, so prior to the deliberation of the engineer Tapun Bhattacharya, we would like to felicitate him. So kindly take the felicitation, and after that you kindly deliberate your deliberation. So I request Mr. Bikram Narsaria, representing the Jindal Steel and Power, Panther Steel, kindly come on the dais to take the felicitation from the Civil Engineering Division, West Bengal State Center, the institution engineer. Please come on the dais. And now, firstly, given felicitation to the P4 International Tank, and I would take the opportunity to felicitate him because he is always lying with us and giving the support. Thank you.
স্যার আপনার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা কোথায়?
assessment analysis. আমাদের টপিকটাই আমার টপিক।
This will be the last presentation, and we are pleased to announce that we are planning for a national seminar near June or July. So we expect this same support from you like today.
We would like to say, just like up before international tank, what extension he has given for the support and the financial, as well as the Jindal Steel and Power, Mr. Bikram Narsaria, he has also come forward. Only one visit. When he came, I just told him, would you like to support the engineering fraternity to give the support? We are going to organize one seminar. Immediately he told, yes, it will be done. Kindly give the time and you make an application, and immediately done it. So big applause to him, and as well as to big applause for the P4 International. And we hope both of them, their product will be the very useful. The engineering fraternity and architect, I personally tell you, kindly use their product and introduce to the different places wherever you will be possible to use that. Thank you very much. Now our engineer Tapan Bhattacharya will give us the last deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm delighted to get this opportunity to share my concern and very serious agonies with the eminent engineers here. I'm not a big engineer. I love to call myself a building pathologist. Pathological centerগুলোতে যেরকম তারা রক্ত বা শরীরের বিভিন্ন পরীক্ষা করে তারা সমস্যাটা জানিয়ে দেয়, ডাক্তারবাবুরা তার চিকিৎসা করেন। আমার মনে হয় আমি যদি সেইটুকু করতে পারি তাহলে পরে আমাদের জ্ঞানী ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্সরা তারা সমস্যাটা সামলে দিতে পারবেন। বাট প্রবলেমটা কোথায় দাঁড়িয়ে আছে অনেক দিন ধরে, আমরা আমাদের আজকের প্রথম ডেলিভারেশনে দেখলাম যে একটা চার্জা, পুরনো চার্জা রাষ্ট্রপতি ভবনের, সেটাকে সারানো হয়েছে। চার্জাটা সারাবার সময় দে টুক এভরি কেয়ার টু রিটেন সাম অফ দ্য রাস্টেড আয়রন মেম্বার্স, steel rods, but the entire concrete has gone. Most important part of that building, this concrete. And I asked what it was. The concrete was made of lime. What lime was there? Nobody knows. And that lime concrete has been replaced by cement concrete, modern concrete. Rather few steel rods could be replaced by stainless steel rods, no? Because we do not know what lime it was. Very few of us, we really care for the mortar of the building. We know the restoration. We can do its restoration, retrofitting, all these things by strapping, grouting, confinement, jacketing. But we pay very little attention to know what mortar was used to this building. Does it work? Assessment and analysis of mortar is fundamental for conservation, but it is often neglected part of a conservation project. By analysis and assessment, we know about the existing mortar. আমি যদি এক্সিস্টিং মর্টারটাকে জানতে না পারি তাহলে আমি রেপ্লিকেট করবোটা কি করে? আর এই এক্সিস্টিং মর্টারের প্রপার্টিজের দ্বারা বিল্ডিংটা 300 বছর বেঁচে আছে। ওই ইট দিয়েই যখন আজকে সিমেন্ট মর্টার দিয়ে বাড়ি বানাই তখন সেটা 100 বছরের বেশি বাঁচে না। তাহলে এই বাঁচিয়ে রাখবার 300 বছর বাঁচিয়ে রাখবার জন্য মূল কারিগরটা কে? ওই মর্টারটা। আজকে যখন একটা বাড়ি বানাই তখন ইঞ্জিনিয়ার সাহেবরা আমাদের জানিয়ে দেন যে এইভাবে তাকে আরসিসি বিম দিয়ে ঘিরে রাখতে হবে, তাহলে পরে এটা স্ট্রাকচারাল মুভমেন্ট এবং আর্থ মুভমেন্টের এগেনস্টে ফাইট করতে পারবে। যখন এই আরসিসি বা সিমেন্ট কংক্রিট, সিমেন্টই জন্ম নেয়নি, তখন বাড়িগুলোকে আর্থকোয়েক থেকে বাঁচাতো কে? আর্থকোয়েক তো তখনও ছিল। আর্থকোয়েক তো মাত্র 100 বছর আগে সিমেন্ট জন্মাবার পরে তৈরি হয়নি। তাহলে বাড়িগুলো বেঁচে আছে, তাজমহল বেঁচে আছে, আর্থকোয়েকের ক্ষতি তো হয়নি তাজমহলের। আর আজকে যখন একটা বাড়ি বানাই তখন তাকে সব দিক থেকে ওয়াটার টাইট করার চেষ্টা করি, আমরা একটা ডিপিসি দিই, আমরা তাকে ইম্পারমিয়েবল পেইন্টস অ্যাপ্লাই করি, সিমেন্ট মর্টার দিয়ে ভালো করে প্লাস্টার করি যাতে তাতে জল ঢুকতে না পারে, বিকজ উই দ্য ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্স নো দ্যাট এ ড্রাই স্ট্রাকচার ইজ এ হেলদি বিল্ডিং স্ট্রাকচার। এই সিমেন্ট কংক্রিট, ড্যাম্প প্রুফিং কোর্স, ইম্পারমিয়েবল পেইন্ট কিছুই তো তখন ছিল না। তাহলে সেই বাড়িগুলো 300, 400, 500, 600 বছর বেঁচে গেল কি করে? অ্যানশিয়েন্ট বিল্ডার্সরাও জানতেন যে বাড়িকে ড্রাই রাখতে হবে, এবং বাড়িকে ড্রাই রাখতে গেলে ক্যাপিলারি অ্যাকশন তো তখনও ছিল। ক্যাপিলারিতে জল তো স্ট্রাকচারের ভেতরে তখনও ঢুকতো, মেশানরি স্ট্রাকচারের ভেতরে। সেই জলকে আবার ইভাপোরেশনে বাইরে বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার ব্যবস্থা করতো। সেই ব্যবস্থাটা করতো কে? লাইম মর্টার, দ্য পোরাস লাইম মর্টার। এই আর্থ মুভমেন্ট, বিভিন্ন স্ট্রাকচারাল মুভমেন্টের এগেনস্টে ফাইট করতো কে? ফ্লেক্সিবল লাইম মর্টার। আজকে সেই জায়গাটাকে যদি আমি বাদ দিয়ে দিই, সেই মর্টারটাকে না জেনে আমি যদি সিমেন্ট মর্টার দিয়ে এবং অন্য কোনো রিজিড মর্টার দিয়ে বাড়িটাকে সারিয়ে ফেলি, তাহলে দ্য বিল্ডিং ইজ গোয়িং টু লুজ অল দোজ প্রপার্টিজ অ্যান্ড আই এম রিডিউসিং ইটস এজ। এগুলো সারানো হয়েছে, বাড়িগুলো সংরক্ষণ হয়েছে। সংরক্ষণ করার সময় সঠিক মশলা ব্যবহৃত হয়নি, না হওয়ার জন্য অনেকেই এখানে বাড়িগুলো চিনতে পারছেন। আমি সব বাড়িগুলোর নাম বলবো না। একটা বাড়ি শান্তিনিকেতনের কাছে সুরুলের একটি মন্দির, তারা সারিয়েছিলেন খুব ভালো সিমেন্ট, ভেরি অনেস্টলি তাদের ইঞ্জিনিয়ার এবং কাজ করেছে, খুব স্ট্রং সিমেন্ট মর্টার দিয়ে বাড়িটাকে সারিয়েছিল, একদম উপরের বাড়িটা, এবং তার দুরবস্থাটা এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে। তার বাঁ পাশের স্ট্রাকচারটা ওটা আগ্রার একটা মনুমেন্ট, আমি নামটা এক্ষুনি মনে করতে পারছি না। আর তার ডান দিকে হচ্ছে আমাদের গুপ্তিপাড়ার একটি টেম্পলের একটা অংশ, এটারও নাম আমার সঠিক মনে পড়ছে না। সব ক্ষেত্রেই আপনারা সকলে জেনে গেছেন, আপনারা আমার থেকে কম জানেন না তো, আপনারা ভালোই জানেন কোনটা কোন বাড়ি। আমার বলতে একটু অসুবিধা হচ্ছে বলে আমি বলতে পারছি না নামগুলো। এগুলো খুব ইম্পর্ট্যান্ট বাড়ি এবং এগুলোকে ধরে রাখা, আমরা মনে করি কনজারভেশন আমাদের লিগ্যাসি, আমাদের রাখতে হবে। কিন্তু রাখতে কিভাবে হবে? ফর্চুনেটলি আমাদের এখন ইন্ডিয়াতে আমাদের নিজস্ব কনজারভেশন পলিসি আছে। We have the National Policy for Conservation of Ancient Monuments and Sites. সেই পলিসিতে খুব স্পষ্ট করে বলা আছে কি করতে হবে আর কি করতে হবে না, ডুজ অ্যান্ড ডু নটস। শুধু এই কথা বলা নেই, হাউ টু ডু। এই হাউ টু ডু এর যে টেকনিকগুলো জানাটা এখন আমাদের খুব দরকার, এবং সেই ব্যাপারেই আমাদের ইঞ্জিনিয়ারদের সামনে আজকে আমি কনসার্ন শেয়ার করতে চাইছি। আমার আশা করি আমি যে আগামীতে কিছু লাভ হবে এর দ্বারা। এই প্রত্যেকটা ক্ষেত্রে ভুল মর্টার ইউজ হয়েছে। লাইম মর্টার ইউজ করেছে তারা খুব অনেস্টলি, কিন্তু লাইমের সঙ্গে সুরকি দিয়েছে। লাইমের সঙ্গে সুরকি কেন ব্যবহৃত হয় এই কথাটা না জেনে ব্যবহার করা হয়েছে। লাইমের সঙ্গে সুরকি কোন জায়গাতে ব্যবহার হবে এবং কোথায় হবে না, 1990 সাল পর্যন্ত সারা পৃথিবীতে এ নিয়ে কোনো রিসার্চ হয়েছিল না, সারা পৃথিবীর অধিকাংশ মানুষই জানতো না। 1990 সালের পরে 92 সালে একটা রিসার্চ হয়, আমি এই বিষয়টা তো পরে আসছি একটু। একটা রিসার্চ হয়েছিল, একরম, বর্নমাউথ ইউনিভার্সিটি আর ইংলিশ হেরিটেজ, তিনজন মিলেই রিসার্চটা করেছিল যে লাইম মর্টারের মধ্যে সুরকির রোলটা কি, আর লাইম মর্টারে সিমেন্ট মেশালে কি হয়। সেই রিসার্চের পরে জানা গেছে যে সুরকি হেল্পস ইন সেটিং, লাইম মর্টার সেট করে বাতাস থেকে কার্বন ডাই অক্সাইড নিয়ে। এইবার যখন 18 ফিট চওড়া একটা দেওয়াল গাঁথা হয়েছে পুরীর জগন্নাথ মন্দির বানাবার সময়, তার ভেতরে তো হাওয়া ঢোকেনি, তাহলে লাইম মর্টার কী করে সেট করবে সেখানে? ইট নিডস এ কেমিক্যাল সেট, অ্যান্ড দ্যাট কেমিক্যাল সেট ইজ হেল্প বাই দি অ্যাডিশন অফ সুরকি। এই কথাটা যদি না জানি তাহলে প্লাস্টারিংয়ে যেখানে আমার কিছুমাত্র দরকার নেই কেমিক্যাল সেটিংয়ের, সেই মর্টারে আমি যখন লাইম স্যান্ডের সঙ্গে অকারণে সুরকি মিশিয়ে দিই, তাতে করে সেটিংটা তাড়াতাড়ি হয়ে যায়, তার কমপ্লিট কার্বনেশনটা হতে পায় না। সো আই গেট এ ফ্রায়াবল অ্যান্ড উইক মর্টার দ্যাট ইজ দেয়ার। আর সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে একটা পদ্ধতি চালু আছে, লাইম ওয়াটারের সঙ্গে খানিকটা সিমেন্ট মিশিয়ে দিলে কাজ হবে, ভালো হবে, সেটিং টাইমটা তাড়াতাড়ি সেট করে যাবে এবং শক্তিশালী হবে। এই স্মিটন প্রজেক্টের পরে জানা গিয়েছিল যে চুনের মশলাতে অল্প সিমেন্ট মেশালে পরে ইট হ্যাজ এ নেগেটিভ এফেক্ট বোথ ইন টার্মস অফ ইটস সেটিং টাইম অ্যান্ড ডিউরেবিলিটি। সর্বৈব ক্ষতি করে যদি অল্প সিমেন্ট মিশিয়ে দেওয়া হয়। কমপক্ষে হাফ অফ লাইম 50% অফ লাইম বাই ভলিউম মেশাতে হবে, কিন্তু 50% অফ লাইম বাই ভলিউম যদি সিমেন্ট আমি মেশাই, ইট ইজ সিমেন্ট মর্টার, নো মোর ইট ইজ এ লাইম মর্টার, অ্যান্ড ইট উইল লুজ অল দ্য প্রপার্টিজ অফ লাইম মর্টার। আমার মনে হয় আজকে খুব কম সময়ের মধ্যে আমি শুধু আমার এই কনসার্নগুলোকে শেয়ার করি, যাতে করে আগামীতে এই বিষয়ে আলোচনা করার একটা আগ্রহ তৈরি হয়। আর এই এক্ষুনি আমি সেরিয়ে দিচ্ছি, ঠিক আছে। মেটকাফল ফেটে গিয়েছিল, কেন ফেটে গিয়েছিল কারণটা দেখতে গিয়ে দেখেছিলাম সিপিডাব্লিউডি অনেক দিন ধরে বাড়িটাকে সারিয়েছিল এবং সিমেন্ট দিয়ে এবং ওই জাতীয় মেটেরিয়ালস দিয়ে ফেটে গেছে। আমরা যখন সারাতে গেলাম মনে হলো ফাউন্ডেশন বসে গেছে, কোথাও আনইকুয়াল সেটেলমেন্ট হয়ে গেছে, কিচ্ছু ঘটেনি। উপর থেকে খুলে দেখা গেল ট্র্যাপড ময়েশ্চার কাঠের বিমগুলোকে পচিয়ে দিয়েছে এবং তার জন্য বাড়িটা ফেটেছে। ওখানে সেই বিম বদলে দেওয়া হয়েছে, বাড়ি ঠিক হয়ে গেছে। সুরুলের সেই মন্দিরটা যেটা শুরুতে দেখালাম, তার সেই সমস্যাটাকে এইভাবে মেটানো হয়েছে। সিমেন্ট মর্টারকে জেন্টলি তুলে ফেলা হয়েছে এবং সেখানে আবার লাইম স্যান্ডের প্লাস্টারিং করা হয়েছে, বিল্ডিংটা ভালো আছে। আমি এই মর্টার সম্পর্কে কথাগুলোর ব্যাপারে যদি কারোর কিছুমাত্র আগ্রহ থাকে, সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে যে মাত্র হাতে গোনা কয়েকজন মানুষ এই বিষয়ে লাইম টেকনোলজি নিয়ে কাজ করেন, আমি তাদের মধ্যে একজন। দয়া করে ফিল ফ্রি টু টক টু মি। এবং আমার কাছে সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে যত এই রিসার্চ হচ্ছে এই সম্পর্কিত, তার প্রায় সবেরই কাগজপত্র আমার কাছে মজুদ থাকে। দয়া করে আমাকে যোগাযোগ করবেন, আমি জানিয়ে দিতে পারবো যে আজ পর্যন্ত লাইম কংক্রিট নিয়ে কী কী ভাবনা চিন্তা ইউরোপে, আমেরিকাতে এবং আমাদের দেশে হয়েছে। আমাদের দেশে সোফার খুব কমই হয়েছে। আর আমাদের দেশে গল্পটা খুব বেশি আছে যে এটার সঙ্গে হরিণের সিংঘর্ষে জল মিশিয়ে দিলে লাইম মর্টার খুব ভালো হয়। কেউ বলে যে সুরকির জল মিশিয়ে দিলে ভালো হয়, কেউ বলে ঝোলা গুড় মিশিয়ে দিলে ভালো হয়। এবারে ঝোলা গুড়টা লাইম মর্টার মধ্যে কি করে এ নিয়ে রিসার্চ কিন্তু হয়নি। শুধু কেরালাতে একটা রিসার্চ হয়েছে, হার্বাল গ্লুজ মিশিয়ে কি হয়, কতটা কি উপকার করে। ইয়েস, উপকার করে আপ টু 5% বাই ওয়েট অফ লাইম। 5%-এর বেশি গেলে সে তখন তার কম্প্রেসিভ স্ট্রেংথের গ্রাফ নামতে শুরু করে। আর মর্টার যদি খুব শক্তিশালী করতে চাই, তাহলে শেষমেশ আমার হিস্টোরিক ব্রিক্সগুলো চলে যায় আর মর্টার দাঁড়িয়ে থাকে প্রাউডলি। এইটা একটা মহিষাদল একটা মন্দির, এখানে উপস্থিত আছেন মিস্টার কমল ব্যানার্জি, তিনি আমাকে নিয়ে গিয়েছিলেন দেখতে। তারাও খুব অনেস্টলি মন্দিরটাকে বাঁচিয়ে রাখতে চেয়েছিলেন পিওর সিমেন্ট মর্টার দিয়ে। সিমেন্ট টিমেন্ট দিয়ে সারাতে যখন গেলেন, মন্দিরটাকে খুবই আনহ্যাপি হলো, ওই সারানোটা নিল না, না নিয়ে মন্দিরটার এই পরিস্থিতি হয়েছে। আর কিভাবে জানা যায়, খুব কঠিন পদ্ধতি নয় যে ওই মর্টারে, এক্সিস্টিং মর্টারে কি আছে, সেটাও খুব সহজ, আমরা নিজেরা ইনহাউসও করতে পারি, জেনে নিতে পারি। আর এইবারে প্রশ্নটার উত্তরে আসি যে এই জিনিসগুলো আমাদের বলে দেবে কে, করে দেবে কে? করে কিন্তু আপনাদের কেউ দেবে না, এইটা কিন্তু নিজেদের করতে হবে। আমার কাজ যখন হয় আমি নিজে হাতে করে আমার মিস্ত্রিকে দেখাই, কারণ সে তার কন্ট্রাক্টরদের সঙ্গে মডার্ন বাড়ি অনেক বানিয়ে ফেলেছে, কিন্তু সুরুল মন্দিরের কাজ আজ পর্যন্ত করেনি কখনো। ফলে জয়েন্টগুলোকে কীভাবে প্রিপেয়ার করতে হবে আর তাতে মর্টার কীভাবে ভরতে হবে, সেটা আমি যখন তাকে দেখিয়ে দিই, সে আমাকে ভীষণ ভালো করে কাজ করে দেয়। আমি যখন নিজে পয়েন্টিং কীরকম হয়, পয়েন্টিং কাকে বলে, হোয়াট শুড বি দ্য মিনিমাম ডেপথ অফ পয়েন্টিং অ্যান্ড হাউ দি জয়েন্ট ইজ টু বি প্রিপেয়ার্ড, আমি যখন নিজে হাতে করে দেখিয়ে দিই, তখন মিস্ত্রি আমাকে এক্সেলেন্ট ওয়ার্কস করে দেয়। থ্যাংক ইউ। আমি একটু ফার্স্ট স্লাইডটাতে আসার চেষ্টা করি। আচ্ছা, আমি আমার নম্বর আপনাকে দিয়ে দিচ্ছি। হ্যাঁ, আমি এখান থেকে বেরিয়ে পড়ি। হ্যাঁ, বলুন বলুন বলুন। ইয়েস। হুম হুম এক্ষুনি আজকের এই আলোচনার মধ্যেই বলেছিল, এবং এই মেট্রো রেলের দ্বারা বউবাজারে যে বাড়িগুলি ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত হলো, আমি তাদের কনসার্ন ইঞ্জিনিয়ারকে বলেছিলাম যে দয়া করে সিমেন্ট দিয়ে সারাবেন না, পরবর্তীতে আরও ক্ষতি হবে, এবং তাই ঘটেছে। দ্বিতীয়বারে আরও বেশি করে ভেঙেছে বাড়িগুলো। এবং তখন আমাকে সেই ইঞ্জিনিয়ার সাহেব উত্তর দিয়েছিলেন টেলিফোনে, লাইন সুরকির একটা বয়স থাকে, তারপরে আর চলে না, তারপরে সে বাড়িগুলোকে ডিসকার্ড করতে হয়। তাহলে ভিক্টোরিয়া মেমোরিয়ালটা গিয়ে হাতুড়ি দিয়ে মেরে ভেঙে টেঙে ফেলি, তাহলে তাজমহলটাকেও ভেঙে ফেলি, ওগুলো তো সব লাইন সুরকি মোটর দিয়ে তৈরি হয়েছিল। তো এই যে লাইন সুরকির ছাদের যে বয়স, তাজমহলের ছাদ এখনও ঠিক আছে, অনেক জায়গাতেই কিছুমাত্র ছোঁয়ানো হয়নি, কিচ্ছু করা হয়নি। আমি তাজমহলের রক্ষণাবেক্ষণের দায়িত্বে ছিলাম অনেকগুলো বছর, আমি খুব ভালো করে জানি, দায়িত্ব নিয়ে জানাচ্ছি আপনাদের, অনেক অংশে হস্তক্ষেপ আদৌ করা হয়নি, এখনও ভালো আছে তারা, এবং থাকবে আরও বহুদিন। অবশ্যই অবশ্যই করা যায়। আমি আসছি।
Thank you very much. There is a lot of question, but time is behind our schedule. So thank you once again, Mr. Tapan Bhattacharya, our architectural reservation under his able guidance you have sent. Now I request the actual our mentor advisor, Professor Dr. Somnath Ghosh, kindly come on the desk. Under your able guidance, it could have to be going to the end of the success of the seminar. So before that, if we not felicitate to you, it will be our great loss. So kindly come on the dais, sir. Please come. Huh?
In this note, I express my heartiest thanks to every members, corporate members, students, sponsors, presenters who was present here till this late hour. Thank you, and hope that we will meet again. Till then, goodbye. Good night.
Thank you. Last but not the least, actually, the convener of the Civil Engineering Division, under his able coordination today and managing all these things. So if I not felicitate him being the chairman of the Civil Engineering, it would not be complete. So I would request Professor Dr. Sanjay Das Niyogi come on the dais and give the opportunity to felicitate him by big applaud. Under his able guidance, it could have to be possible to make a grand success of the seminar. Thank you.
কালকে রাতে অবধি বকা দিয়ে আজকে বলছে ভালো করে করেছে।
It is my privilege that being my brother, so I have a right to say boka to our brother Sanjay, and he is the HOD of the Technical University, Techno International University, Newtown. So you have realized the thing. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Today is the end of the seminar. We hope that in coming very shortly we will make the other program also. So I request our Honorary Secretary of the State Center lastly kindly give a vote of thanks, because all our teamwork is going for the success of the seminar. And thank you everybody.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you once again, Dr. Gautam Kumar Vaisak, for organizing such a wonderful seminar on behalf of West Bengal State Center IEI. It's a great pleasure for me to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to all the distinguished participants present over here today to make the program a success. This is a beautiful program. I welcome you once again for the next seminar they are going to organize very soon. Thank you very much on behalf of West Bengal State Center. Good night.